Where are you? Oh. It's so dark. Babe, will you sit up like you're going to be sitting for just a second?
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. And then I'll adjust it. Do you have my phone?
You put it over there by the laptop. That's something else, huh? A trick seat.
Trick seat. I found it.
Wow. That's part of what I developed from playing 5 hours a night on the street in Saratoga Springs, New York. You know, on a Saturday night, Friday night, all the bars are hopping, and I get to do some busking on the street. I mean, when you're playing it for that long, you kind of just develop some things, you know? Yeah. Thanks for the cold water.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, this isn't really part of the show, so to speak. Just as people are coming in, Alexander's going to join me here.
Blues, eat.
Sure. Yeah, maybe we can bring that into the that thing that I do with the UFO story.
Let me tune this thing a little bit.
It'll just be like speeding it up. I don't know if some of you got to see the HBO Max. I think they're playing it on CNN too now, where they came to my house up in Vermont and were filming. And you know, one of the things that I always like to do, and they like variety in the shows. So so I sat at my drum set and I played some harmonica. I told a story about when I saw a UFO over in Corpus Christi, Texas. And that made it to the documentary, which was good, I think. I liked it. And so I generally try to do that whenever we do a talk like this. We're going to kind of start off kind of slow and then we'll move into that. I just joined a UFO group. I didn't know anything about UFOs, but I believed it made sense to me that there were spacecraft. This was 1975, and when T&O came to town, I ended up going to a meeting and felt like I needed to travel with these people. I needed to join up with these people. And so I did, and then I found myself hitchhiking around, United States, and I was up in Vermont, I was getting snowed on. So I was living outdoors. So I started hitchhiking south. And I got to Corpus Christi, Texas. And little be known, it was that's where T and O both went to high school. Their physical bodies. When I put my sleeping bag down on the beach, and that beach doesn't exist anymore because of Hurricane Harvey. I was there a couple of years ago. I looked up in the sky over the Gulf of Mexico, and there was this big bright light that was shooting through the sky at an amazing speed. And it was very large, very bright, and it seemed very close. And like with in the first half second or so, it did a right angle turn. I mean a real right angle turn. So that it was going to continue in that direction, it would have went into the Gulf of Mexico. And I didn't even seem to slow down when I did this right angle turn. So we're talking about like, seconds here. But before it would get too far low to go into the Gulf of Mexico, it did another right angle turn. So it continues to go in a southerly direction. And I watched it go out of sight. All in about 3 or 4 seconds. And I wasn't on any drugs, no alcohol. I wasn't even that tired. I don't know, And I thought to myself at the time, I wonder if that was intelligently driven. And the thought I had was, well, probably. For the 19 years that I was in the group, occasionally, when I was having doubts and stuff, which was perfectly normal to have, I would think about that and think, what the hell was it? But, it didn't really matter that much to me because what T and O were teaching was more than a UFO to captivate my attention. Is it not time?
Time is 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock? That was the start, right? All right, good. Well, it's been a good shift of chairs. And begin this little talk, and maybe Kathy will be here somewhere.
This is cool.
Kathy around? I hear her talking in there. She's gonna move our live stream. Where is it? Over there? I think that's ours. Technical difficulties. So I guess until she's ready, not that we have a formal presentation, and we don't, and we wing it every time. So if you have any questions about these pictures, I can, I'll just sit in front of you here. This will sit up here. Now about kind of nasty Saturn, the companion object. Where's the comment? I don't see it here. Yeah, some of these are a little too blown up, obviously. That was the Comet Hans in 2017 when they depixelated it. So one of the things that NASA does, you know, and sometimes, you know, in order to show us what they're taking pictures of, they have a graphic department, and they modify things to make them stand out better. Like that's a picture of Comet Ison when it was depixelated. Because all these researchers that are watching what the SOHO satellite is taking pictures of the sun and comets and things, you know, they suspect that NASA's doing stuff, and so they figure out ways to use software to put filters on it in order to get rid of what they did. And it's not that hard to do, I don't think, because anyway, I'm not a graphic artist, but so I call it depixelation of the images, because obviously, you know, the mainstream doesn't really want people to see what's really happening all the time. Sometimes they do, you know, when it's not too challenging. And there have been many pictures that have been taken that are very challenging. Like that's Comet, I don't know if that was Kohoutek. That's a picture of the group that was doing meetings in 1994. I wasn't part of that group, but I was part of another group that was doing meetings also. And that's the same group that on the Santa Monica Pier. I'm watching my laptop. That's handy. That's where Cody was one of the members of the group that didn't leave with them. That's a picture of Pluto, the black spot on Pluto, which is actually an image that seems, that's another picture of that spot from a further distance away, and it looks like 4 rectangular openings on the bottom of Pluto. Pluto's got a lot of things going on out of it. And that's from Pluto, and it looks like the bird of prey from the Star Trek show.
Did he introduce himself? That's why I'm here. So this is Sawyer. He was in the Heaven's Gate group for 19 years, from 1975 to 1994. I am Sawyer's partner, and we've been together almost 3 years now. I think I started following the information probably about 5 years ago, and I was following him online, and I decided I needed to meet him, and we met, and neither of us planned on it, but long story short, we fell in love, and we've been doing meetings as people have been allowing us to. And so that's my participation, and then I'll let him. We'll have an intermission when you guys start getting antsy, just let us know. And the main focus of it is just to answer your questions that you may have about Sawyer, the group, their belief system, whatever. So do you want to talk about how you joined the group?
Yeah, there's an awful lot to actually say about this story that you don't ever hear in the media. Because even when I did interviews for documentaries, I've done many of them, they take 3 or 4 hours of footage, and then they use 30 seconds here and 30 seconds there. And I talk a lot, and I have a lot to say because I try to bring details to all the questions that I'm asked. And that's boring to some people, but to me, if you don't have the details, then you're not getting a true picture. Like the context is very important to questions. And the definition of terms is very important. Anyway, so back to what Kathy said, that, and maybe I can start with how I came to being with T and Doe, which you know as, well, I don't know how you know them, but in the media he's called Marshall Applewhite, referring to Doe, which is a name he took in about 1978. His first name before that, with the media concern, was in 1975, it was Bo, as in Bo and Pete, because they had silly names at times. And T was his partner in the 1970s when they awakened together to the same information, even though T was on the forefront of helping Doe wake up. But then they both were waking each other up. But the way that Doe talks about it is that T had to put up with a lot of the things that Doe wanted to do, and that was her test. Because Doe recognized that T was actually his senior, his older member, his, actually in the archaic religious terminology, his Heavenly Father. And that the religions have all gotten off track from what they started as. But they can still be stepping stones. But the main thing about religions is to get into them and get out of them, because they hold you back in terms of growth. Anyway, how I started. So I went to a meeting. I saw a poster I came out from an all-night jam that I had with my band. I was in Newport, Oregon, on the coast, and came out of that the next morning after an all-night party kind of thing. I saw this poster on the telephone pole. It said UFOs, why they are here, when they will leave, and who they have come for. And then it talked about 2 individuals were here from this evolutionary level above human. And that poster is one of these slides. But it was intriguing to me. So I looked at it, I thought, what do these people look like? I thought, from outer space, that was kind of what they were saying. And so that was one of my first questions that I had in my mind. And the other thought that I had on the poster said that there were people that were giving their all to this effort. And that intrigued me also. I had been a spiritual seeker, you know, meditation and dancing with the Sufis and all kinds of reading books and Yogananda and Paramahansa Yogananda, sorry, I don't want to mispronounce his name. But a lot of things, Bhagavad Gita, and I just wasn't finding anything that was really captivating my attention. And because I came from like I wanted to see science behind all this. I wasn't a Christian, but I thought that Jesus was somebody special. Because I was raised in a Catholic environment, even though it wasn't really Christian. It was just, you know, go to church on Sundays and that was about the amount of it. But, which I rejected early on. But anyway, so I went to the meeting and they sat there and they were like we are. We're not trying to pretend to be them, by the way. Some people accuse us of that. But and they were quiet at first. And then they started to talk, and it was like, this is, you know, I was just interested, I was just listening. And I remember seeing a haze in the room. Like it was probably not lit much more than this. And I could see, you know, to my left, like as if people were smoking, and I mean, I didn't smell any smoke, I was an ex-smoker, so I think I would have noticed that. And then I could see around them, there was all this hazy stuff burning, and shimmering light, shimmering hazy stuff.
Were you prone to hallucinations before then?
Well, at the time I was a avid marijuana smoker, but I never saw things like that, you know, during those times. I did some mushrooms, I did a lot of acid in my youth, but I wasn't doing it anymore.
This was the 70s after all, right?
Yeah, this was. People don't do that anymore?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I imagine people experiment with that. So, and then they started talking, and there was a full room. There was like 200 people in that room. It was bigger than this room, and someone from the back that was standing in the back, I think. Maybe not, shouted really loud, "You ought to be shot!" And I didn't know where the hell that's coming from. But I think it was right after T and Doe were talking about how to become a member of the level above human, because they didn't talk in religious terms very rarely, until the 90s. Then Doe started talking in more religious terms sometimes, in order to relate to the people that came from that background, because the entire human kingdom is a school, and everybody is growing at different paces, different rates, and different degrees. So, in order to communicate, you know, it's necessary, I think, to try to address things in ways that people are accustomed to understanding. So, but at the end of the meeting, you know, Doe had been talking about, when that lady said that, I think it was a lady, I don't really know, you know, it just was a higher voice, so it may not have been a female person. But he was talking about how there were individuals that felt so strongly about following this process, they called it, of making a transition from being a human to being a member of the evolutionary level above human. That's not human. It's not mammalian. They don't do any of the things that mammals do. They don't reproduce. They don't even have the plumbing for, you know, sexuality. They don't have any sexuality, they don't desire it, they don't need it, but they had to. But the human kingdom is designed to have all the options that it has, so that people through experience could choose by their own volition to outgrow certain behavior and ways, like anger and, you know, even though there's an appropriate time for anger, but I don't want to get into all that, but, so anyway, so what they said was at that meeting that children couldn't join. And that's because children aren't capable of, they haven't gotten into humanness at all. So there's nothing that they're gonna be challenged by to cease those behaviors and ways. And they're not mature enough to make a choice of giving all their effort to this changeover of becoming a new creature. And they described it as a metamorphic process. Just like a caterpillar goes to a butterfly. That caterpillar actually, that biological material actually dissolves into a goo that they don't understand how it all of a sudden then evolves into being a butterfly and now has wings. But the same kind of biological changes can happen to the human body and happen to the mind. And the mind is the most important part, even though we need the human body in order to learn lessons and have experiences. So that person was saying that, I think, because that was like saying that to join them on this process meant that children had to be left behind. And that was the case. And that was a tremendous controversy at the time. And there were some individuals that had children. And what Tienda said that they weren't to be abandoned, but that the next level would help them find something that would be beneficial for the families that were being left behind. Because you also had to leave behind your spouse, your brothers and sisters, because those are all human relationships. And in order to start a new relationship to a new family, it's actually a family of members of the next level above human, the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of God, whatever you want to call it. All those one needs to separate from all that, those ties, those binds, and as well as addictions to things in the human kingdom. And
That's the flyer he was talking about.
right, and it said in Oregon, Walpole, Oregon.
You were okay with leaving all your family behind, all your possessions?
Well, I had done so already, but actually, because I grew up in New York, and as soon as I was able to go to college, I went to college, and then after that, I had a friend, and I moved into an apartment with a friend, and then I moved to the West Coast. I went to Canada first, and I got kicked out of Canada, and because I was trying to live in the bush, way back in the woods in the Wells Gray Provincial Park, and so I ended up in Oregon.
At the meeting, how old were you?
At the meeting, I was 24 at the meeting. Yeah. So I didn't really have any ties. I had a partner, and she joined at the same time I did. We went to the meeting together, and we didn't stay together. And I knew that was going to be the case, and it just made sense to me. That I wanted to give my all to something. People say, "Oh well, they wanted something bigger than themselves." Well, what's wrong with that? Ourselves is nothing really. In some ways, I'm not putting anybody down, but for me, I guess I didn't build a big ego at the time, because even though I was, playing in a band and stuff and a little popularity, it wasn't. I don't know. It wasn't that fulfilling to me. I just wasn't interested in the things that other people were interested in pursuing. I think that's because the mind that was associating with this body we call a vehicle is has a certain amount of experience with it, so that it knows certain things, even though it can't prove them. But I think we're all in that department, that there's certain things that we feel like we know without having proof of it. And we can be deceived by thinking we know something. you know, that, it's a tricky place to be. And, but
So after the meeting was over, what did T and Do say?
they said that if there was anybody that was interested in more information, to stay after, and there's individuals in the audience that will answer your questions. And I looked to my right, and there were two people sitting at the end of the row that were looking at me. Some people had left by then, so there were some empty chairs between us, and they saw that I was looking at them, and they came closer, and I said to them, well, I want to go with you, I want to join with you. And I didn't have any strong ties, so it was easy for me in some ways. I didn't have any children, I didn't have any houses, I didn't own anything, I was almost broke. But that didn't weigh into it. I mean, I was able to get along, I had a job and stuff, I did. But it just felt like, you know, I tell people that, you know, people say that when they have a near-death experience, their life has to be before their eyes. And that's what happened to me. I felt like my whole life seemed like I was there, happened for the reason of being in this spot now and having this choice to become a student of these two individuals that were at that time called Bo and Pete, or, you know, or not. And that's the way it was every day with them. It was always a choice. There was never any manipulation or you know, like I said in one of the documentaries, they didn't brainwash us. They gave us the tools so that we brainwash ourselves, wash our brains out of our humanness. And that's not an easy thing. And I didn't know what that meant. I have no idea what that meant. I thought I did, I mean a little bit, but in essence, there was a lot more to it that I didn't recognize, even when I left. I didn't recognize.
To go back to that meeting, you went up to those two individuals came over to you. Do you remember who they were?
Yeah, Logodi and Sunodi.
Logodi and Sunodi. And then what did they tell you to do? How did you actually like join up with them?
They, let's see. They told us to meet up with them at a campground in Corvallis, Oregon. No, Eugene, Oregon. And said, tie up the loose ends of your life, don't leave a mess behind, and meet us at this park. And so I did that. I didn't have any loose ends to tie up, really.
How many other people from that meeting joined and met up at that same park?
34. Yeah, it was the biggest meeting of people joining.
So you got to the park and were T and Do there? Like,
No,
what did you
no,
do?
it was Norodi and I don't know who her partner was. I don't think they stayed in the group very long. But they were sitting at a table, a folding table in the middle of the park. Yeah, and there were no trees anywhere in that spot.
Just two
And
people.
there were people milling around them, you know. I didn't know who those people were.
But you figured that's where you needed to go.
But I saw that table in the middle of this field, and so I went up to them and I said, you know, and they said, well, okay, well, meet us in, what's the name of that park? Colorado National Monument, in the campground. The Colorado National Monument near Florida, Colorado. And you know,
I think, is Narodi the one in the glasses back there?
that's Song.
That's Song Odi.
Yeah, we have these names. The
That's
names
the
are
Odi,
like for instance, the name Solnori. When we joined, they said that since you're going to be trying to become a new creature, you need to take a new name. So pick your name. And so, like, one person took the name Song. And then years later, TMO said that the next level was adopting us And so we were gonna be given like a last name. And our first name was gonna be shortened. So Song became SNG, no vowels in it. And then the name ODY was put on the end of it. And they said when we grew up to be more adult, they would drop the Y, so we'd be the family of odd. And that was a joke also, because they had a good sense of humor. But, yeah, because we are pretty odd, you know, there's no question about that. And so, yeah, that's how the name came about. So I had the name, well, ended up, Bill gave me the name Sawyer. And that's a little story behind it, but I won't go into that. I talk about a lot of details in, have a blog post called Sawyer's Story that's on my blog, which is SawyerHG, like in Heaven Gate, .wordpress.com. And if you want to read that, you'll get a lot of detail that I can't take the time to fill in now because there's so much to cover.
So you're in campgrounds with this group of people and you're doing what?
We're living like anybody else lives. We have to make
Because lots of
food.
people live in campgrounds.
No, but T&O would find, see at the time, when I joined, there had been already 20 or 30 people that had joined. And then there were another 20 or 30 that joined after that. But when I went to Colorado, then we got instructions to go to Boulder, and we were camping in this just, I don't know where it was, but T&O would find us
How did you
places to put
get
tents up.
up to these places?
We had cars.
Okay.
They told us that, you know, bring cars, bring camping gear, because we were traveling and we were sleeping outdoors, and bring any money, to, you know, and I had $50 I donated to the group. That's all I had, but they ended up paying me for me to live for 3 years. I didn't have to work.
That $50 stretch for you.
Yeah, right, that's pretty.
There's Sawyer right there from the Beyond Human.
Yeah.
And his partner was Junodi for that.
And I cut my hair, I had long hair like this when I joined. And I just knew that I would cut my hair off and I shaved my beard because they didn't want us to relate to anything that we were in the past. Like anything that we were attached to or, you know, thought about. And you weren't supposed to think about the past. I mean, there was no way of knowing whether somebody was thinking about the past or not. But if you didn't do it, then you missed out on the things that you could be occupying your mind on, which was always challenging because one of the things they did early on is they assigned us a partner, somebody else that was going to be our mirror of showing us all the things about us that someone else might have problems with the overall thinking that whether it was something that a member of the next level would do. Like, I'll give you an example. Let's say if somebody, I'm just going to say something stupid, was picking their nose, okay? And the other person said, you jerk, you know, stop doing that. A member of the next level wouldn't approach it that way. They wouldn't say that to that person. They would say that maybe that's not the kind of hygiene that a member of the next level would have. And they might not know for sure, but all these things got reported to T&O, and so they would come back and say, yeah, use a tissue when you are trying to clean something out of your nose, you know, instead of just using your finger. So that's where, like, partners were, like, let's say somebody got angry with somebody else, you know, because the look on their face looked like they were angry or something, and, you know, and they got into an argument about something, you know. Members of the next level wouldn't, they don't get into arguments. I mean, they can have disagreements, but they don't get all emotionally charged over being right. They want to do what's right by the judgment of their older members, which they've learned and they recognize is part of the conduct and ways of members of the next level. That's why members of the next level, they're kind, they're generous, they're thoughtful, they're thorough in the jobs that they do. They don't waste time. They know how to, be fast, quick, and without looking like they're quick, without breaking things. And because they know how to cut back on motions that aren't necessary for a task. And they're very real. They operate on spacecrafts, and those spacecrafts can be as big as a planet. They can have a laboratory inside that planet, and that's teeming with activity, scientific activity, studying what's happening on the Earth, and with all kinds of computer screens that are showing scenes and able to communicate with people actually because they have radio wave communications. And humans don't have, the next level gives humans everything. Everything humans know came from the next level. If the next level didn't provide it, nobody would know anything. We'd still be in the cavemen and women. And if there was they in the cave times.
So let's go back to the campgrounds. You guys were in campgrounds for how long?
Till about 1980, sometime 1980, 81.
So from 75 to 1980, 81, you were living in campgrounds, just traveling in caravans.
Yeah, we lived in Wyoming for a long time, and Tindo were always upgrading us when they could. And they had received some donations that were sizable, so they were able to pay for all our needs. Food, we had about 100 people in Wyoming when we first stopped doing public meetings in 6. In July of 1976, we were finished with the meetings. And for like 16 or 17 years, we didn't do any public interface at all, hardly. Because they weren't looking for more people. They didn't want more people. More people meant more work for them. And they weren't into being propped up by people. Because T&O were serving their older member. And that's the way it works. So that you've got older members in the next level and you've got younger members in the next level. And there's degrees of that. Because everybody's still growing. And that leads up to the most experienced member. That's how you actually judge age. It's not by time, because they don't have time like we have. They judge time by events. And so the more experience somebody has with tasks, the more mind they actually are filling their soul pocket with, their soul container with. It's actually a physical plasma-based container that is like a chip. It's got a computer chip in it, and it grows. And it's actually literal.
It's like an organic computer chip in your body?
Yes, it is. And the next level has to give human vehicles that chip. Otherwise, they can't really grow their soul unless they have that chip given to them. And we never know who's got one or who doesn't. Because it's not a matter of whether you have it or not. It's a matter of whether you grow it or not. And everybody can grow it at their own pace. It doesn't matter what terminology they use, or if they follow no religions, if they're atheists, it doesn't make any difference. Everything in the human kingdom is an opportunity. But the behaviors and ways are where the growth comes in, on how we act towards one another. That's why the older member from the next level that was called Jesus, he said the greatest commandment was to give all your love and all your strength and all your mind and all your heart, your emotions to deities. the word God's been distorted so much that it's like, it's almost meaningless. But members of the next level are deities to humans. Even the youngest member of the next level is a god to a human.
Because of their capability.
Because of their capabilities and their perspective and their overview and the fact that they've overcome all their human nature. And they've become this new creature which was given a new dense physical body to wear. So in other words, the soul grows and becomes more dense, but it doesn't function in the physical world that the next level has as well and created for this planet as well. And so they grow dense physical bodies, and I think there's a picture of one. These pictures are too grainy. That's Syria. That's the
Anyway,
Syria.
so you're learning all this while you're in a campground because they're holding meetings, or?
Yes, yes, right.
Because you guys didn't have jobs at that point.
No,
So you just like wake up in the morning and just mill around in a campground, or?
yeah, that's about it. I guess. Well, no, it was more structured than that. It started off like that kind of, but like after we were done doing the public meetings, but before, when we were doing the public meetings, then we would get up, we would make some kind of breakfast or something, you know. We had a stove and you know, water and food, and we would make something like, you know, cream of wheat or something, you know. And then we'd go into town and we'd put up posters for the meeting, and some people would find a meeting place. And we put posters up, we'd talk to people in the town. And so pretty much then we'd go back to the camp and, you know, have a meal.
And sometimes T and Joe would call a meeting.
Yeah, sometimes they call a meeting. And at that point we were in like 6 different camps. So they would make rounds sometimes. But it might be days in between that happening. Oh, popcorn, wow.
Oh, I'm
You like some, you all right?
Yeah, I'm
You like
good,
some?
I'm
You
good.
sure?
Yeah.
Fat free, low fat, sugar free?
We want the fat.
All right.
I do.
Yeah. We got a movie screen and we got some, what did you say up here? Yeah, we're trying to provide some entertainment. I hope it's interesting.
So you're in campgrounds, and then basically the money runs out because nobody is working.
Well, in the campground though, after we finished with the public meetings, that's when it became serious. And T&O, we were down to about 100 people. We don't know how many there were before that, because people would join and then drop out. And, you know, we'd go to the next town and say, meet us in the next town, we were going to do a meeting, and they wouldn't show up, or they would meet us in that town, and then they would say, oh, you know, and then go somewhere else. So it ended up being like 100 people in Wyoming.
So it's not like some traditional cult where they were like, you have to stay with us and you can't leave, and
No, nothing like that.
you guys weren't staying up 24 hours a day being
No.
indoctrinated.
No pressure to stay, or no pressure to leave. But when T&L found out that some people were still having sex and still smoking pot when we got to Wyoming, they said, okay, that's not gonna work. So if you want to do that, fine, but you're gonna leave the group. And some people did leave because of that. And then, because he said that we're getting down to business. Because, and so they started giving us exercises. Like one exercise was, let's see, which one should we talk about?
Tuning fork?
Tuning fork? Yeah, that was one of the first things they gave us, actually. We had like 6 camps in Wyoming, and we were living in the national forest. And
Medicine Bow, right?
Medicine Bow National Forest, right, between Laramie and Wyoming and Cheyenne. And that's been made into like a park now. It's kind of official campsite and everything, but at the time.
It's really cool.
Yeah, at the time it was completely rustic. There was nothing there. You know, we dug holes in the woods to do our number 2 and, you know, stuff like that. So So they each camp had 2 students that were assigned to be like group coordinators, they were called. And so they gave them a tuning fork, each one of them, in the 6 different groups or so that there were. And they said that the tuning fork was just, hit it against your knee or whatever, some hard object, and then hold it to your ear and listen to that tone. And it was 440 pitch, the A tone, in the scale. And they said that this can help you tune into something to get your mind off of the past or
That it's freezing cold or.
yeah, anything that was challenging you. Not that they wouldn't have done something if it was freezing cold, because we had sleeping bags and we had blankets, and we weren't mistreated like that. TNO were always, they were challenges, certainly were challenges. There were times when it was, below 0 and sleeping bag just wasn't cutting it. But by and large, we moved from the cold areas to the south, to Texas, so that we wouldn't be in those extremes. In the winters down in the south, and then in the summers up in the north. So the tuning fork was just, you'd use it, you'd take turns with it, use it once a day maybe, twice a day. There was no limit on it. And you just hold it to your ear, or put it on your head, and you hear it vibrate through your head,
It's really cool if anybody has.
Yeah,
a
it wasn't a ritual, When they put this in the documentaries, everything that I'm talking about now makes it look like this was a ritual and we had to do this and, we had to do that. And if you didn't do it, then you were gonna get a bad grade or you're gonna be reprimanded in some way, if you didn't use it, then you weren't taking advantage of whatever experience you could get from using it. But it was all, optional. It was, optional to a point. Like there wasn't an option to continue to have sex with your partner or smoke pot, because those weren't behaviors those were human behaviors. And they weren't wanting us to continue human behaviors because we weren't going to graduate. Now, before I go any further, whenever I say graduate, some people think, does that mean killing yourself? Well, no, it does not mean killing yourself. And in fact, if you go to the heavensgate.com website, there's a document there that says our position against suicide. And it's a little bit hard to comprehend. How could they be against suicide when they committed what humans call suicide? Which I argued on the 60 Minutes show was not really the right word for what they did. Because they didn't leave this world because they were upset with their mother or father or their spouse, or they were just trying to get back at somebody, or because they lost their money in the stock market and they couldn't live with themselves anymore, or because they were so depressed that they just wanted to, do drugs until they died, had an overdose, or didn't care anymore about living. They weren't, they didn't leave for that reason, any of those reasons. Those are actually lesson opportunities for humans. And humans need to have their physical bodies in order to learn lessons. And when we overcome things that were dragging us down by our own choices, then we are growing. Our mind is growing. Our strength of mind is growing. And we know it. Anybody that's overcome like a strong addiction knows that they are in a better place than they were before. And they still might be tempted, and they may fall off the wagon, but they maybe get back on the wagon, because there's nothing wrong with people using the substances of the earth, But if it's altering our consciousness, then we're not gonna be able to have clarity of thought about the things that are most important for our consciousness if we have a sense of wanting to grow, to become a better person, however you want to think about it. And the next level is observing everybody that has a thirst to grow. Not everybody has a thirst to grow. Some people are in a different grade in school to where, certain lessons are appropriate for them to have that doesn't involve, trying to find the meaning of life or something like that. Not that, I guess, see, when I joined, I wasn't necessarily thinking I was looking for anything. But I was never settled where I was. I was always traveling to find a better place to live. And I was, experimenting with reading books and things that, about subjects that were interesting to me, about spirituality or ghosts or, or whatever it was. I was interested in all that. That's thirst. That's one way of thirst. I mean, you could have thirst to be somebody that wants to find a cure for a disease, or wants to be of service to people, is a kind of thirst as well. And, to make an invention that might improve people's lives, or to raise children in a way that those children can, have the best life that they can have. That's all these things are opportunities in the human kingdom. And the next level is working with everybody to some degree that is showing signs of wanting to be more than they are. I don't know how else to say it.
Before, I want you to talk about, probably, I don't know how many people know, but T and Doe, when they would give meetings, they would record those meetings on little tapes, cassettes. Because there were computers, but there wasn't, I think the internet was maybe just coming around in the 80s somewhat, but there wasn't any of that yet. So they had this little tape deck and they would record all the meetings, and there's over 1,000 hours of those meetings that are recorded. They have been digitized. They are in various places on the internet that we're not allowed to share because we're being sued for that. The two individuals that manage the heavensgate.com website are suing us. But we don't really want to go into that because they'll try to use that against us. But the reason why I'm bringing that up is because in these audios, T and Doe talk about all kinds of things, a lot of the things that Sawyer's talking about. And in one that we just recently listened to, T was talking about a procedure that they had, like they did certain things in campgrounds, so I want you to talk about the colors, because I think this is a hysterical story and I couldn't stop laughing when he told me about it. So you guys were wearing a uniform, like a jumpsuit with a bag over your head?
Yeah, that wasn't the first time we had those colors, but
Yeah, the color, they were first.
that was the
or
uniform
something.
before that. We were wearing overalls.
While you guys were on ranch land or something.
Yeah, we were living on in national forest, or in that case, Tino rented many acres of ranch land, and we had a big tent set up, which we buried our generators, and so we had lights and everything. So we had a pretty big operation there, in terms of our group there in northern Colorado. But one of they had the sewers of the group, of the department, make these jumpsuits out of this nylon, polyester, I think, clothing, so that it wouldn't be too hot in the summer and it wouldn't be too cold, it wouldn't be too cold in the winter. You could wear clothes underneath it, very baggy. And they wanted us to learn to overcome judging somebody else by their appearance, by their facial appearances, their facial, what they, the look on their face, or if let's say, okay, in the next, one of the things we had to get rid of was a gender consciousness, because members of the next level don't have a gender. So you're building your mind with their behaviors and ways, because that mind ends up being in the next level in a vehicle that doesn't have a gender. So if you were still had this gender consciousness, that would be a type of disease or something. I don't know, not disease isn't the right word. But you're not going to actually become a member of the next level if you have too much of that characteristic in you, because you won't fit in. I can't really explain that in a very good way at this point, but so maybe it's not necessary. But so, because human vehicles can be attracted to the same gender or an opposite gender, even though that word's being used in different ways now, I'm just going to say male and female. We had to overcome that consciousness. And they even said that people that were leaning towards what was called in the old days homosexuality, LGBTQ, and the other words that are associated with that now, non-binary and all that. But
We don't want to get canceled or anything.
yeah, right.
It's very sensitive.
Yeah, so are individuals that are showing signs of having overcome some of their gender consciousness by not being, turned off by being with somebody of the same gender in a sexual way, even though there's no sexuality in the next level either. So it doesn't mean if they've overcome their gender consciousness, they haven't maybe overcome their sexual consciousness, because there is no sexual consciousness in the next level. So that's another thing that needs to be overcome before. I think that's why we were all celibate for all those years, and we were celibate of mind and body. So you were trying to stop those thoughts from registering in your head. So one of the things that they did to help us not, favor somebody else, or pay more attention to somebody else, or treat somebody differently, was they designed out of the same material that these jumpsuits were made out of. They made these hoods. And they had elastic bands on the inside, and they had a screen that was like it looked like what's that, Bobby the Robot? I don't know if you all know, it was an old TV show from the 50s, I think, that showed this robot that had like this rectangular eyepiece that was like silver, silver and black. And it was only one way. You could only see out of it. You couldn't see into it. So you couldn't see the other person's eyes or anything. And so we wore those hoods. Not all the time. I mean, you didn't wear them to sleep. But
before you had the hood, you had paper bags, right?
the first try.
I was just like imagining like 100 people wandering around on this like ranch land wearing hoods and jumpsuits.
Yeah. Right, and so the procedure was, right, since we didn't, T&O were called the UFO cult, and there were investigators looking for us, and the FBI thought maybe we were responsible for cattle mutilations, which couldn't have been further from the truth. And but those are the kind of things that people were looking after the group, looking for T&O to try to find out and try to pull their loved ones out of the group, even though everybody was an adult and was not there against their will, which I can testify to. And but even though when like an airplane would come overhead, we would have two people that were on duty all the time, taking turns every hour, watching out for planes, or if the rancher that owned the property was coming up in his pickup truck, coming close to us, then they would sound the bell, and we know to take our hoods off. so that if they had binoculars in the airplane, they were looking down at us, this group of people in these tents, they wouldn't see that kind of thing, and they'd be, what's going on down there, you know? That's some kind of government thing going on, you know? Of course, we were accused of that too, you know, people said that the whole group was based on MK Ultra, and a mind control experiment by the government, which couldn't be further from the truth. It had nothing to do with the government. I know that as a fact. But all these stories come up, you know, and once they get out there, that's Pluto. That's on Pluto.
You're distracted.
Yeah, he's like the scarab beetle.
So
They
with that,
compare
like,
themselves to the scarab beetle, the way the young would follow be attached to the.
well, there's
mom
that
and
cool
dad.
story that Doe was telling in
Oh,
one of the
wow.
audio tapes that he had given him a scarab, a ring with a scarab beetle on it.
Right.
And she had like, I don't know if it was like a vision or something, but she, like, where were they? Were they in Vegas? And they went into this shop and Doe said, I want the scarab ring that you had. And the guy was like, I don't have anything like that. I don't know what you're talking about. And then Doe, whenever they were looking around, and the guy was like, he remembered that he did have something like that. It was in the back or something. And so he gave him this ring. T and Doe got arrested in Brownville, Texas, in what, the 80s? The
73.
In 73, before they had anybody in the group.
Actually, it might have been, no, wait, it was, yeah, it was 74.
They got arrested for keeping a rental car too long and using a credit card that a member, a student of theirs, their first student actually had given them to use for gas. And then her husband later reported that card as stolen. So T and Doe were in Brownville, Texas. They wanted to tell people what they'd been awakening to. And so they contacted a reporter and said, we've got this huge story for you. The reporter assumed it was about drugs, about the cartel or whatever, because they were so close to the border. So he brought the cops and to this hotel, and T and Doe are looking around and seeing all these like men in black, and they're like, holy crap, we gotta get out of here. So they jumped in the rental car and they took off driving, and the cops followed them. There was a helicopter that landed in front of them. And they got arrested, and they both spent time in jail. And while Doe was in jail, he gave that ring to somebody for protection, to protect him. So that's what happened with the scarab beetle ring. With that,
That bug is actually meaningful in the Egyptian
Egyptian,
mythology,
yeah,
right?
definitely. We can go ahead and take an intermission, and then since it's right at about an hour. And then we can open the floor for questions, if that sounds good, everybody? Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I can.
I got another water.
You're doing today, she's doing hot. Sorry.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. Why didn't he make a specialty drink? Absolutely, that would have been great. That would have been wonderful. Like a specialty drink, like get some dry ice in You can't laugh about it. Well, I told Alex, do something with her on stage first. So I feel better. I'm really trying right now.
Yeah.
I don't
I
think
took every medication to see my ring to get my ass out of the house.
Well, my thing is, your fear of disappointing me. I'm glad to know that I have it, but it's causing terrible pain.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just no way that a hernia is not
Yeah,
beneficial in your throat.
Yeah.
you got so much to say about it.
Like, somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh my, I love that backpack. We're gonna have to confiscate that. I gotta bring it tonight, it has to. Yes. Sure. We had this little figure of an alien that we got in New Mexico or Roswell somewhere. That goes everywhere.
I love it.
He's so cute. I thought about bringing it, but I should have. I know. It's out in our RV. I've been telling people to take them. Yeah, they're on the mark table. Extra night down.
Is that my body?
Whatever. I'm thirsty. I'll take another bag.
Get your popcorn.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell you, it matters. We'll take another bag.
Someone take this one.
Right.
don't know how much time we have, but if you wanna,
Sit in the back. I wonder if that's in the book. Should I get the book?
what did we do last time, Matt?
It was like humanities.
Put it on your desk.
Get back to it?
Most knocked off.
What happened? Oh,
I knocked it off. There we go, that's fun.
actually, that's better anyway. Maybe we'll move it closer to the,
There we go.
with Kathy keeping me back on track with the questions. Well, I'll start talking to you later. Maybe she's having a meeting in there. Does anybody have any questions?
Oh, yes, for sure. Lots of questions.
Great, great. 'Cause
There's a lot of questions.
there's a lot of things to, yeah, I expect that. I hope so.
There's still a couple of people out, but you can if you want to go ahead and start again.
So,
Ready for questions?
yeah, I don't know who's first.
Who's on first?
I know you mentioned that Jesus, I know you kind of briefly talked about Jesus being a member of the next level. Are there any other like historical like members of the next level that we've kind of seen? And who would those be that we might recognize?
Yes, well, during this civilization, because it's not the only civilization that's been on Earth, according to Team Doe, it was the beginning of the experiment here of growing souls started with what was talked about in the Bible as Adam. And Eve was part of that as well, but Adam was a member of the next level with a next level body that was given certain tasks to do, knowing that the next level, before that happened, there were individuals that graduated into membership in the next level that were given some elementary tasks to do, and they became known through legends and mythologies and as the false gods or the fallen angels or the Luciferians. You know, not that Lucifer's a bad name or anything, but
It's not very common, you wouldn't name your kids that or anything.
yeah, I mean, it's questionable to do that to somebody, you know, these days. But then again, you know, anyway, so because of the choices that that individual soul made, and those that followed with that soul, to where they started to go against the next level's design for the way that they grow the garden, the planet of souls, they were restricted to the earth. Earth became their jail. They were given many opportunities to change, but they didn't take advantage of those changes. Maybe some did, I don't know about that. But for the most part, those that fell away went against the next level, and they start to lose sight of the reality of the next level and started to think of them as another space alien group. Because what we're talking about are people from different planets that the next level brought here in order to have an experiment of subjecting souls to that same influence of those fallen angel souls, the space aliens. And so that began the experiment, okay? And when Adam broke the instructions that he was given, then he was actually restricted to being here. But over 7 generations, he recovered. And he left that same soul that was in the vehicle called Adam, left as Enoch. And Enoch left a lot of records of the relationship of those fallen angels with humans. And then after that, and he went back to the next level. He took his body with him into the next level. He transitioned it from a human vehicle into a next level vehicle. And that's the transition that Jesus also demonstrated. Okay, then after that, that same soul came back and took the vehicle that was called Moses. And that started a classroom of souls that they were preparing. And that's why people from the Jewish community think of, some of the people in the Jewish community think of themselves as the chosen people. Because at that time, they were chosen by the next level to be part of that experiment of growing souls using human vehicles. But that was like being in the 6th grade, the lessons there. Well, in a 12th grade system. So they were like toddlers. And that's why they had to have strong measures of saying, okay, you can't kill each other. You know, you got to learn some rules. Because the next level is going to require them to become more advanced and not be so primitive and animalistic. Because you're gonna have to outgrow that mammalianism in order to become a member of the next level. So, so then after that, then there was another task that was done by that same soul. After Moses left, Tiendo felt like Moses, his vehicle was also taken, even though the scriptures don't really say that clearly. So anyway, so they said that then that same soul came back in the vehicle that was called Elijah. And that was a different task than what Moses had. It was actually to show the difference between the lower forces, you know, the space aliens, gods, the lesser gods, or the false gods, as opposed to the real members of the next level. And but they had students also with those, and there were student souls the whole time, except for the Adam time. I don't know that there were other, I mean, there probably were, because there were always souls that had grown in a previous civilization that were brought back to have more lessons. That's what the next level does, because you don't learn to become a next level member from one lifetime in a human vehicle, even though it's not the same exact thing as what's taught as reincarnation. It's related to it. Anyway, so then after Elijah left with his body, is the way that the story goes, and that's what Tiendo felt happened. But they didn't say everything that in the Bible isn't accurate necessarily. Some of it is, you know, a great deal of it is, but you know, there's stories and things, but some of them have been distorted from what was originally given, because that's what the next level allows to happen in order to give us the free will and to believe it or not, kind of thing, or to, you know, to try to find the most right meaning of the things in those written records. They're historic records. They're not religious material, really. Anyway, so then that same soul, after he did the Elijah task, came back in the Jesus task. But that was a different task. That was like taking people right to graduation requirement, to give all their love, even though Moses taught that you need to give all your love to God, you know, essentially, in order to qualify. Which is, you know, that's been distorted too, but he said that, but they weren't ready. The souls that came back with him, that had been with him when he was Moses, that graduated from that, the ones that didn't fall away or didn't, you know, that the next level saved for future opportunity, they weren't ready to graduate yet, to become full adult members of the next level. Some of them might have been. You know, some of them might have been taken into the next level and given a next level vehicle, a next level grown like on a vine kind of physical body that they would think of as a suit of clothes that they wear for certain tasks. But they might have those tasks for, on Earth might be trillions of years. You know, and the next level would be days, you know, or a month or 2 months, you know. With the comparison being like 1,000 years on Earth is like 1 day in the next level. And but that's just to give it a comparison of the different time systems. And so that soul then said that he was coming back again to bring more reality to the soul. He was going to speak plainly about the Father, and it wasn't going to be a mystery anymore. And so he came back with his Father, as it says in some of the in John, I think 14:23 maybe, it says, "We will make our abode with you." And abode meant residence. We're going to live with you. And the Son of Man, that terminology means offspring of human. And also means son of the Father. You know, it's got multiple meanings. But that's who was coming back. He wasn't coming back to be hovering in the sky, and then all of a sudden all these people that believed in him were going to rise up with their bodies. Because that's not the meaning of the word cat being caught away in what was called the rapture. That's all misinformation. And the actual rapture was when people left everything behind to join with T&O. That happened twice, in 1975 and 76, and then also in 1994, and even 95, 96, 97, one person joined in 96, nobody joined in 97. So they left everything behind, which is, it's not for everybody. That's not like something that people, the next level is not requiring that of anybody right now, because the older member's not here. You don't have somebody to give all that attention to. That's required of of a relationship with an older member. I was required to do that, and it made sense to me because the soul that was working with this vehicle from some point before I met T&O had the program already. It knew that was the way it worked, like Jesus said to his disciples. But as T&O said in a tape that Kathy and I listened to not too long ago, that's not for humans to do, because humans get their experience from their families. That doesn't mean, not family, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. It does happen. But it happens in a more natural way, to where somebody just doesn't get along with, the family looks down on them for some reason, or, they didn't live up to their standards, or, it doesn't happen all the way that way, but we end up, members of the next level aren't attached to one another, they're attached to their older member. And so anyway, I answered your question. I could go into all kinds of things.
So the Mayans say had does anybody know what was it, Teto Khan or something like that? A person with blonde hair that came out of the ocean and taught them how to be civilized. And then in Egypt there was Osiris and Isis, and we've got Muhammad and Buddha. Would you say that those were representatives
Yeah,
set
good
from the
point.
next level?
Well, yeah, some of them are, because some of them were student tasks. They're not older member tasks, like the prophets in the Old Testament, some of them. Like probably Daniel and probably some others. Isaiah maybe, and maybe most of them were probably student tasks, because like even the task that Jesus did, the soul, that was Jesus. He did tasks before that, in addition to the Moses task, and it appears that he was the Archangel Michael. But Joe never said that, because they weren't trying to be those people. They didn't feel like they didn't derive any ego from thinking that they were somebody great in the Bible or in the past. They said in particular in 1975 that they are not Jesus. The reason why, but they were from the same family as Jesus. And the reason they said that is they said that Jesus wasn't coming back with that vehicle, that same body. Because it was a different lesson program. And even Jesus said that. Don't believe anybody that comes to Jesus. And you have all these people in the Christian religion that over the time have said that they were Jesus. And you still have people now saying that they're Doe, coming back again. It's the same kind of thing, the same pattern that keeps on happening, because the lower forces hate the next level. They are working against the next level. They think they're a space race that are going to destroy the Earth and destroy them. And it's true in the sense that they're not a space race. They are evolutionarily above human and above the space aliens to a degree that is equivalent or even more than the distance between a human kingdom member and an animal kingdom member. That's how far advanced they are in every way, biologically, chemically, mentally, technologically.
The space aliens, lower forces, fallen angels.
Right. They're human equivalents, because they lost a lot of what they learned when they were souls in next level environment on spacecrafts. But they still have some of those spacecrafts. I don't know much about that exactly, I mean, the government says that they got things, the so-called conspiracy theories.
So like when people are getting abducted and probed, that's by lower forces, basically?
Yeah, so the next level wouldn't do that. Like, at first, T and Doe thought that sightings of UFOs, like in the 50s and 60s and the contactees, that was all next level activity. But then they would hear the stories from abductions and things of having sex on board the spacecraft, and they knew that the next level wouldn't do that because the human kingdom is their environment for that experiment, for the human experiment. It's like, can you really have a good experiment for growing animals in a zoo? You're not going to have the same circumstances in a zoo. I mean, sure, you can produce offspring and stuff, but it's not going to be the same as what happens in the wild. And so the human kingdom is the wild to the next level for animal growth and animal behavior. So they can still pick up a human, and maybe give it some tests, but that human wouldn't be affected by that in a negative way at all, like the way the space aliens affect humans. And then some of the humans that are abducted think of themselves as, they were enlightened by the space aliens, and they become like ambassadors to the space aliens for, that kind of religious format. And they're not, it's pretty easy to see the differences once you learn what the differences are. Because the next level doesn't have any spirituality. They don't worship. The word worship to Doe meant to work for the next level. Service, giving service is and service is an honor in the next level. It's not like looked down upon, like in the human kingdom. Sometimes people think,
So service, okay, that comes to my question. Okay. I need to know the practicality of this. Y'all are living out in the woods. Where are you getting money from? Nobody's working. You did say that there were some donations made,
Yeah.
but you gotta go, there's normal things that need to happen. Y'all have women out there, they need things.
Yeah.
So where, how does this practicality work?
They got some sizable donations.
But from who,
Well, some of the members are joining.
Paul Lodi had an inheritance.
okay.
But
Yeah, and he got,
thousands.
yeah, he
Many
was
thousands.
from a family that was pretty well-to-do. And
Okay.
he was given a trust fund.
Trust
And
fund.
another member had a trust fund of some sort that they tapped. They were able to get some of that.
Which I'm sure their parents were pretty happy that's how they were spending their money.
Yeah, I'm sure they, yeah.
That money ran out though in about 1980 or so. And T was kind of really upset about it because she thought that having to get jobs would mean that we're like going back into the human kingdom in some way. She thought we would leave from the wilderness, from being out about, having no place to lay your head, like being Bedouin. And that's the way we were for those years. But then she realized that we needed more lessons. There's a lot of things to learn, so she moved us into, at first she tried to get us, we got jobs, like I got a job in Provo, Utah at the Kmart. And I was living in a tent in the mountains at the time, and...
Not with them.
Yeah, I was with them.
Oh, so everyone was in the mountain, okay.
Yeah.
And then you'd come down into the town and go to work.
Right, exactly. And, so they experimented with having some of us do that, and then they realized that that really wasn't gonna work very well. And
As far as
so,
camping and working at the same time.
yeah, because schedules and things, transportation, all the issues that everybody has with,
Taking
jobs.
baths.
Yeah, keeping up on our standards, and because we took a bath every day, a sponge bath in the car, not in the car, in the tent, to stay clean, even when it was cold. Heat up the tent with the stove, and it'd be good enough. Anyway, so they ended up renting houses, big houses, right?
And that was off the trust. That was using the truck.
Well, yeah, they still had some funds to do that to get started, but then about a dozen of us got jobs. And then we supported ourselves that way. And then they escalated the jobs so that we got better jobs.
Because there was computer programming or.
Yeah. I started working in restaurants. They asked who wanted to do it, who wanted to get a job. And I was saying, yeah, I'll do it. And so I went in and got a job at Pizza Hut. And then,
And they were making like 20, 25, up to $50 an hour in the 80s and 90s.
well, with the computer stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We ended up forming our own little company.
I was about to say Pizza Hut.
No, not in those days.
Yeah.
But like when they exited, they were in a mansion.
Yeah.
So, I mean.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
$7,000
Like,
a
where
month
is
for
the,
that.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but they had their own company at that point. Because we actually, at some point, so there were some students that had college degrees in IT. Like Millardy, it's not on screen now. Oh, it's off? No, it's not.
No, it's on, but the lights are on. But yeah.
So Millardy, she was a computer programmer and she learned COBOL. And so she became a manager for corporations. And Norody was a technical editor, and she became the head of the Department of Technical Editing in, what's that company? Not Apple, but
Microsoft, IBM.
IT.
Hewlett Packard.
Hewlett Packard was where Millardy worked for Hewlett Packard in the programming department.
You guys work for Xerox too?
Texas Instruments. She was the technical editor manager at Texas Instruments in Dallas, I think it was. And they ended up making really good salaries. I mean, I got paid pretty well too, but I didn't, make what they made. But and then we formed Sorority and I ended up forming a little company called ThinkLink and another one called WordWise. We would go out and get computer programming contracts, and we did a few. We did one for a Houston bank. And so, they were always trying to have us do the best job we could for the employer. But we had requirements. We weren't going to work overtime, and if they wanted overtime, then that wasn't the job for us. And they wanted us to escalate the money, and they wanted us to get office jobs, because at first we were working in restaurants. But the problem with that was that they couldn't hold meetings as much as they wanted to in order to teach the class about the things that were going on, because, it's hard to really imagine, except in any organization, you've got all kinds of people that don't get along as well with each other, and you've got complications at the jobs that happen, and how to handle things, and T&O we're using everything as a lesson opportunity. So, how you like work with your boss, like when I was cooking, and I got a lesson one time that because they told us when we got jobs that we didn't want to get dishwashing jobs. We want to try to get something that paid a little better, and so I went. I was at the job one time, and I was working on the line as a dinner cook, and we got backed up on dishes or pots and pans and stuff, and I let the chef wash the pots and pans, and I forgot how it happened, but T&O found out about it, and they said to me that. Said Soyoti, the name that I had, you're misinterpreting our intention for you not to wash dishes, because when your boss is actually washing the dishes, you should at least go over there and say, can I do this? Can I help you with this? And then let him say, or her, in this case it was a him, say, no, you stick to doing what you're doing on the line. Which, so that was a lesson for me to not misinterpret the intention of the instruction, to not do a dishwashing job, but to be of service to my employer, as long as he wasn't asking me to do something that was against our principles.
Was it against our principles or was it against what T and O wanted you to do?
Those
Like,
were our principles. What do you mean wanting us to do?
well, I'm gonna send these people out to work, you're gonna come back and bring the money back. I mean,
Well, you know, but T and O weren't living off the high and the hog. They weren't putting money away.
yeah,
They weren't doing any of that. There's no evidence of that.
No Rolls Royces or.
just so
No.
just a house big enough for everybody.
No, we had nice
Sometimes they
houses.
had 2 houses.
We had nice cars
Sometimes
too.
they had
We had
3.
Cadillacs sometimes, but we drove the Cadillacs too.
Yeah,
And yeah, I mean, you know, the media has worked so hard to make T and O and the students look evil and brainwashed, and that they had all this motivation. They worked so hard, but they have no evidence of it. You know,
Well, that's why it's cool to listen to the audio.
Yeah, because there is no evidence
They
of
were
it.
teaching their class.
Yeah,
Everybody believed what they were there for. Like you can see in these shirts, they're not wearing fancy, expensive
Right.
clothes. Everybody had like a communal closet. So like when you're shopping for 40 people, it costs money. When you're feeding 40 people, when you've got 10 cars I don't even think you guys had that many cars, but
no,
there's like a
sometimes
lot
they
of logistical stuff. It's
did.
like,
We
okay.
had 2 big houses
we
at
have-
one point.
Yeah, we've got 2 houses and 10 cars. Where do we put all these cars? Like some cars always stay in the garage, like,
Right,
and
because
there,
we
it's
don't want to
true,
be found
like,
out that we were
people
30
were just
people living in a
like-
house.
right, you'd have 30 people living in one house, so it's not like, well, everybody go out for a walk at the same time. Some people probably didn't come out of the houses because they didn't want to draw attention to themselves.
And we,
Not that they
well,
were-
and the neighbors
Hell.
wouldn't know. Yeah, the
Right,
neighbors
because the
wouldn't
neighbors
notice
are
because
like,
everybody kind
how-
of looks the same.
Yeah, there's 30 people in that house,
Yeah.
they all have the same haircuts and they're wearing like roughly the same kind of clothes,
Yeah.
like what the hell is going on over there? So like maybe 10 people wouldn't come out of the house. And they would maybe come out,
well, the
at
same people were
different
assigned to do
times
the
or-
jobs outside,
yeah.
like to
so
take
you'd
care of the
only see
gardening
same
and the
people.
mowing the lawn, so that the neighbors would only see the same people.
And if the landlord came over, there was like I remember you telling me that you and, I can't remember who was your partner.
Chakotay.
Chakotay,
We
that
were
you
the
guys
owners.
were like the married couple. And
Yeah.
so if
So we played like we were married.
So if they were gonna come over, like everybody else would leave, and then Soyoti and Chakotay would be there to be like, take the inspection, everything's fine, nothing weird's going on in
And if
here.
workmen came in, needed to come into the house to fix something, everybody would hide in the closets. Yeah, you know, not because we were doing anything wrong, because we didn't want to be interfered with.
Yeah.
That was the main thing. You know, leave us alone. We're not disturbing anybody. We're not breaking any laws. And that was the way it was
Besides
all the
single
time.
occupancy laws.
Yeah.
Right.
Or HOAs or,
Right.
yeah.
Right, but we were, I mean, the houses that we were renting were left in better condition most of the time
Yeah.
than what we found them in. And they were, you know.
Yeah, there's plenty of
really
tapes where
nice
they're
places.
talking about like, we're redoing the blinds, we're redoing the floors, let's repaint, like,
put in
it
the
smells
skylights.
like, they did all kinds of stuff to the
Because
house.
TNO were always trying to upgrade our environment so that it would be an uplifting environment, even though, and they would decorate the house so that it looked normal to a human that would come in, if the realtor had to come in for some reason, or, because we didn't own these houses.
Yeah.
We were renting them most of the time.
Sometimes they'd be there for like a couple of weeks, a couple of months.
Yeah,
Hardly ever less did they stay any place for more than a year.
because there were
They were
investigators
always
looking
leaving.
for us. They were looking for some of the students.
So they bounced around from like Texas, a little bit in New Mexico, Arizona, California, Utah, Colorado, Wyoming.
In approximately
They went to
1990,
Atlanta once.
Doe said that,
Briefly.
Doe held a meeting in about 1990, and he said,
Austin, Texas.
he said that we've made enough money now that we can offer $2,000 to anybody who wants to leave, because we don't want them to stay here, because it's become such a comfortable lifestyle. Because it was much better than working in the world the way we do now. Because if you lost your job, you're not gonna be threatened to lose your house. You're not gonna be threatened to lose your car. Your kids aren't gonna go hungry, you know, because you have other people that are taking up the slack for the job. So it became very easy to live, and the people that we were living with, we were all getting along really well by then, especially by the 90s. I mean, not that we were getting along
So
bad
a
before
cult that
that.
offers their members money to leave.
Yeah, tell you something about it. You know, I would tell this to the people in these documentaries, they would never use that kind of stuff. They don't want to make it look like it was something different than all the others. All the others are different.
You could get up and leave anytime you wanted to.
I can prove it. I can prove it by lots of details, and there's other people that are former members that can
They say
substantiate
the
my
same
proof.
thing.
Okay,
But
next
they're not
question.
talking
Next
about it.
question, yeah? Yeah, okay.
I kind of have like two questions mixed in one. So like in the religious realm, things like defined outside of quote normal society is already kind of intense. So your belief system might be considered at that time very intense to other people, depending on the outlook. So within that intensity, what do you think after like being on the outside and the other side of the experience, what was the most intense moment that like kind of like maybe jars you, whether it was spiritual, maybe it happened in someone else, maybe during these lessons or experiences that you all had trying to use your vessel for the next level? What moment strikes your mind when you hear that? Like what do you remember as something that might have been like kind of so, maybe it made you feel so enlightened it was alarming, or you saw spiritual movement in someone else, something, what was like bizarre and intense to you within this?
Wow.
That's a good question.
Yeah. And the response to it is a big picture. But I'm gonna, you know, and it's something that certainly has come up in the media, but let's see. It's a real long story, really, actually, but I'm gonna have to just go to the actual moment, which has been in documentaries. I think Vice did it with me, talking about the first person that Doe approved because that person wanted to have the castration experience. I was there for that. I witnessed that. Because there was a nurse, the person who did the operation had worked for an orchiectomist, and she was a registered nurse. And so her job was to assist the surgeon in removing the testicles of people that had cancer generally.
So like when we talk, just to butt in really quick, because when I thought about the castration that the group did, I thought like a eunuch, like everything was removed, which is pretty alarming.
That was what my mind
See,
went with.
that was me
Yeah.
too, and he's like, no, that's not what castration
Yeah.
is at all. I'm like,
No,
what are you
I
talking about?
understand.
Like everything gets locked off, right? Like it's all gone. But that's not what the group did. They removed the testicles.
Which
That's
is a
like
very
rat
easy
eater.
procedure, actually.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's not that complicated at all.
It's
I
not,
watched
that's easy, yeah.
But you know, there were two of us that were petitioning Doe to have that opportunity, if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah.
For over a year or more than that, from when it first came up. But Doe didn't want to give us the go-ahead for it because he thought we still needed the experience of dealing with our sexuality by allowing those hormones to still flow through our bodies. And so, but he and the sorority and I, individually, we didn't know what the other one was doing. We had communication with Doe all the time, through notes, and sometimes in person, and sometimes on the phone, depending on the circumstances. But what we each didn't know about each other was what we were saying to Doe about if he ever felt to go ahead with that approval of that procedure, that we wanted to have that procedure. So about a year after we were doing that petitioning, and then it stopped, and maybe we were still doing it on occasion, which I did, we got a phone call from Doe, and he said, come to where he was living. And we were living in warehouses at the time. They were very modern, clean warehouses in Southern California. And it was about 1991 or early 2. And so Sorority and I knew where it was, and we went there, and he had set up a surgical room in like one of the offices of that warehouse. And it was clean, it was a small room, and they had a table, and Livodi, who was the registered nurse, was one that was going to do the operation, had gathered the tools that she knew needed for the procedure. And which, anyway, so, and then Doe was there, Livodi, Jan Odie was helping assist Livodi, the surgeon. And myself was there, and I was standing next to Doe on the other side of the table, and Sorority was on the table. But what happened was, at one point Doe said to me, do you have any reservations about having this done? And I said, well, my vehicle isn't looking forward to it, but I want to do it. But I'm overriding my vehicle. That's something that we did all the time, overriding a vehicle. Like if your vehicle wanted to, masturbate, you had to tell the vehicle to behave and not do it. If you wanted to abide by that lesson program. Anyway, so there were a lot of things that people did to control their vehicle. That was the whole thing, that we were a mind in control of the vehicle. You didn't want to let the vehicle do whatever it wanted to do, because vehicles want to do all the things that they want to do. They want to get high when they want to get high. They want to go to sleep when they want to go to sleep. They want to eat when they want to eat. And they want to eat the kind of things that they want to eat. But the discipline of the mind over the vehicle is part of the lesson program. Anyway, so I said that to him, and he said, okay. He didn't give me any response to that. I don't know he didn't say anything about it. Anyway, then he said, well, who's gonna go first? And
I'm sorry.
yeah, no, that's okay. It is kind of funny.
It's an intense moment, like.
Yeah.
I'm getting an answer to my question, for sure.
And Sorority and I kind of looked at each other, and the way of the next level would be to give the opportunity to your partner. Like if you're both,
You go first.
there's an old comic act. You both get to the door, and you go first. Oh, you go first. You go first. You go. But the way of a member of the next level is to not put themselves first in anything. They're selfless in the true sense of the word, that they want to be. They actually genuinely, it's like when you have a partner in the world and you really want them to have nice things. You want them to be happy. You want them to, you genuinely love them. So you want them to do things with what they want to do. Even if it might hurt you sometimes, that would be the case if you really love them. But, So Sorority and I didn't care who went first. And so what we would do in a circumstance where we had to make a decision and we didn't care what the decision was, either way it was going to be fine, we would flip a coin.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I told that to the media, and they laughed, they had a big laugh about that. So you flip the coin. Sorority won the coin toss, so he got to choose who went first, and he chose to go first. So I flipped the coin and lost the coin toss, and I was not castrated. And so I get laughed at for that, by people, but I don't give a shit. But So sorority went first. And and I was standing on the side, and when the first incision was made onto the sac of the testicle, and a little blood came out, and they gave her anesthesia. I started to faint, and I grabbed the table, and and Doe saw me grab the table. He said, "You okay?" I said, "Yeah, I'm all right." And he said, "If this doesn't bond us, nothing will." Well, it's very true. It's very true. When you start doing things, anyway. So then she made the 2 snips of the 2 little, the veins that provide the material to the testicles, and then sewed it back up and put the vents in the testicles so they could drain properly. And apparently she didn't put those vents in the right way, so the testicle sac ended up getting a little bigger, and sorority was in a little bit of pain. And Doe said to me, and Liberty and Janody, and myself, he said, this is terrible what I've done. You need to take me to the police. I need to be turned in. And we said to him, no, we're not taking you to the police. Go take care of this. And we took sorority to a hospital, and they took care of him very quickly, and it was no big deal, and sorority was happy as a lark, and all the nurses liked him. That's what the reports were. So I was the one that went to the hospital with him, but that was traumatic. I was in that hospital, and it was so surreal that sorority was in the hospital. I was waiting to see what the diagnosis was, and I knew that if they found out that Doe was behind it, and he was the same person that was one of those UFO 2, that he could be prosecuted for doing something terrible, and he could end up being in jail, for that, and it would disrupt the classroom, and so it was a traumatic moment for sure, a time period, and I was like, but it was very easily remedied. Nobody was harmed from it, but because of that, though, postponed my having an operation. And I was upset about that. I wanted to go through with it because I wanted to prove to the next level that I didn't want my sexuality anymore. I was willing to go all the way with that. And so, and I wasn't even in the right place entirely. Because it was still, in my mind, it was like a competition in a sense. And I'm not proud of that, but it's just the way I can look back on a lot of things and I can see that, maybe that, for all I know, that happened so that I wouldn't have that procedure because I still needed experience. That, with, I need experience. I need a lot of experience that I didn't get when I was in the classroom. That I've gotten more now. Not just regarding.
My second question was regarding the actual incident where the vessel changing or vessel expiring. We all know the event that happened. Can you tell me a little bit more about your placement leading up to that moment? Maybe how you felt processing it, maybe like a little talk about the interpersonal relationships with the people that were involved. I'm assuming it was almost everyone. There's I'm sorry.
No, that's right.
And how was that watch something that you were like very, very much, your whole life was invested in, kind of come to this peak in the media with such extremities, and then have those people that, I'm sure, I don't know what different levels of caring you shared with those people because of, your belief system and, how you have all these different expansions, but how did that all, whatever you want to speak on to talk about that moment?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
Like, when was the first time you heard mention of maybe that's how things were going to ultimately end?
Oh, well.
Yeah, and like maybe where were
From the
you when you
80s.
saw it when it started like escalating in the media and it was like, all
19
right, this is happening, yeah.
Well, 1986 is when I found the book, the Hemlock Society wrote on all the ways somebody could turn off their vehicle, you know, die, kill their vehicles themselves. And when I saw that, it was right after that we watched the Cocoon movie, where the people went out on the boat. And though after that movie, which was after T left her vehicle, which is another story, but he went out and bought a yacht, thinking that maybe, you know, that was a signal, a sign from T of the way that a spacecraft might come and pick us up. And so I remember thinking, well, if we go out on the yacht thinking that we might get picked up by a spacecraft, I wonder if the spacecraft didn't come, if we would just decide to sink the yacht. And how would I feel about dying in that way? And I thought, well, it doesn't sound like the best way to die, but maybe, but I don't know, it would be all fast, you know. I didn't think it would be a terrible thing. So I didn't want to die, but I also didn't, I don't know how to really communicate this, but there's something more to a human vehicle than these bodies. A soul is a spirit also. And that spirit doesn't die when the body dies. And that soul doesn't die when that body dies. It doesn't. It's real. It's totally real. I mean, it's actually more real than the human body because it doesn't die that easily by the flesh dying. And so reality has degrees of, you know, how long something lives has something to do with how much life there is in it, real life. And not that these bodies aren't living, but it's not the same definition. Anyway, so that was 1986 when I found that book in Doe's quarters when I was moving his quarters. He left it behind. He had, all his personal gear was gone, except that book was on the coffee table next to his, not the coffee table, but the end table next to the bed that he was sleeping on. And that book ended up, I looked at it a little bit, I read the cover of it, and then I put it down, and then that book was put into our library. So that was 1986, so he probably had that book when T was alive, still in her vehicle, even though they weren't approving of suicide at all at that point, and there's tapes talking about it. Because they knew we needed our bodies to learn lessons through, and they believed that right to the end. That we needed their bodies to have lessons, but they were with their older member and they had the lessons that through that intense program of, for some of them, a lot of years. But for others, they had a condensed program. And the next level took those souls out of those bodies when they died, or however that happens, and they ended up going on a spacecraft. So I didn't have any doubt about that. I still don't. I feel like I know it, like I know that we're sitting here in this room talking. It's that plain, ordinary way of thinking for me. But I can't prove it to somebody unless other people go through the same kind of experiences that they end up recognizing that. Sometimes people get some of that experience when they see ghosts and things, and they, you know, they have premonitions, and they start to identify that, wait a minute, there's a lot going on here that we don't know about, you know, and so anyway, but then years passed, and we didn't have any talk about anything like that. Doe was always, T and Doe together, were always trying to stay on top of what would be the signs or markers or indications of how and where, how we were going to leave, when we were going to leave, and where we needed to be to leave. Because they didn't assume that the next level on their spacecrafts was gonna take care of all that. Their task was to work with the system that they had, work with the students that they had, to bring the students to readiness to where it didn't matter to them how they left. And it didn't matter to me how I left. It doesn't matter to me how I leave now. But right up until they left, they said on their website, it talks about how they considered staying until they got disease, and each one of them died. They considered staying until somebody died because of an accident or something like that. Or somebody, or maybe they were doing something like this in a public meeting of some sort, and some irate Christian thought they were blasphemous and
That's not to
shot
say an
them or
irate
something.
Christian only would shoot, you know, like.
Right,
don't
right.
call
It
Christians
could be-
out like that.
It could be an atheist too, you know, somebody that thought
Somebody
that
that's
religions
bad.
were all a bunch of baloney and detrimental to people. We've been told that we're dangerous because we talk about this.
And we don't advocate suicide. We're not saying that we're ever going to take any measures like that. Like, we don't encourage people to do that. We're not trying to start a new group. We're not, like, it's really hard to, like, run a cult. Like, there's a lot that goes involved with it. We're too lazy for that. We don't
It's gonna be a
wanna-
hard pass right now.
We're not gonna have, say, go, you know, meet us in a campground. Like, it's a lot of work, like.
Like that Netflix,
Darn.
the Netflix show that was, that Kathy and I were both a part of, but they only used my footage,
Thank God.
right?
How to become a.
How to
cult
become a
leader.
cult leader? It's a
Yeah.
joke,
We made them pay us.
it's a joke, yeah.
We're
Kathy
like,
made
"You're
me actually
gonna
ask for
make us look
money,
like
which I never did
idiots."
before. Well, actually, that's not true.
Because they basically said in the contract, like, we can make you look like idiots and what, you know, even make
Yeah.
up stuff, which I made them take that out before we agreed to do it. But he interviewed with them for over 3 hours, and they used maybe 30 seconds of what he said.
Whoa.
It was intense.
They don't want to tell the truth, they want to tell what fits their agenda.
Yeah.
And look at the mainstream media. If anybody doesn't see the debacle of the mainstream media.
And that's the main focus
online.
that we have with having Sawyer talk about, like, this is like what really happened inside
Right.
the Heaven's Gate group. Like, when I first started researching, I was like, I had no idea what they believed. I just knew that, you know, 38, 39, including Doe, people killed themselves. It was like, and then I heard that they've been in the group for 20 plus years. It's like, well, what the hell were they doing for 20 plus years? Like, how, yeah, the majority of them, like maybe 4 or 6 of them had joined in the mid-90s. So I was curious, like, what did they actually believe? And then when I listened to the Beyond Human series on YouTube, and you can also find it on Vimeo, the first one I listened to was like, I've never heard anybody talk like that, and I believe every word he's saying. I don't necessarily know what the hell he's saying, but I believe that.
It's hard to really understand that, because that's the way I felt when I first heard T&O talk in 1975.
Sorry. So how did you feel when you found out that they had exited their vehicles?
I wasn't that surprised because in 1994 we talked about the very same method of leaving.
Like, where were you physically when you found
I
out?
was
Do
in
you remember?
Carmel, New York, living upstate, and my partner at the time was pregnant with my baby. And
It wasn't me.
right, and
She's a lovely woman.
and I was afraid to go to the public because I didn't want to have people on my doorstep, you know, saying, "Oh, a cult member lives here," blah 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 blah, you know. And so I went to a payphone. I still had them in those days, and I called Time Magazine. I called Newsweek. I told them that I'd been in the group for a lot of years and I knew the truth about what was going on there, and they knew nothing about what the truth was really at that time. They said they were all young men, you know, all of them, because they had short haircuts, the females did. Anyway, but, I ended up going to interviews in restaurants with those Newsweek and people. And then I ended up going to New York City, and I spent 3 days there going from one media group to another one. But
He was on Larry King, and you did, who's that other guy, Geraldo?
60 Minutes and
60
Geraldo.
Minutes, like he did the whole, he was on the, you were on the cover of the New York Post or something.
Yeah, with the title in big bold letters, Death Cult.
Now that needs to go on a t-shirt.
I guess I should have specified what I guess what I was envisioning, like, or in the question is, did that give you a spiritual feeling when that happened? Like, did that affirm what you believe within that system? Was it exhilarating, the feeling that you got when you found that out? Was it bittersweet, or were you just indifferent?
I mean, there was a certain amount of shock, but not that much really.
Okay, fair enough.
I knew they were gonna leave.
What were you like, wow, finally, they achieved what they had, what the classroom had finally culminated in the,
Not really. I didn't really have a lot of thoughts about it. I just, what happened to me was, I felt like, well, I gotta tell the people the truth about this.
Gotcha.
Because I know the truth about this. And I felt compelled to do that, and I knew that I wanted to do it in a way that wouldn't jeopardize my partner and her daughter and the baby that was going to be born. And then I had a book deal that was going to happen, and I had a publisher and I had an editor that was going to said that I could write when I submitted my manuscript. And then that fell apart when the New York Post published their book about the story, and then Princess Diana came on the scene when she died, and or was killed, whatever happened there. But and so the story went away pretty much after it had been in the media for a long time, you know, as a top story for a long time. And the BBC came to my house, and you know, they did pay me a little bit because I asked them, because I was broke. And at that time I was trying to make a network marketing business work.
blue algae,
Yeah, super blue green algae product.
which is still in business.
Which was a good product line. It was,
You should buy some now.
at the same time I was trying to sell blue green algae for a network marketing program, CBS and NBC were putting stories on the news saying it was a pyramid scheme and it was it was a Ponzi scheme and all this stuff.
Well, and that it was pond scum, right?
Yeah, pond scum they were calling it. When it was a completely legitimate dietary supplement. You know, people now know that spirulina and algae can be very healthy to have a certain amount of them, you know, in our diet. But at that time, they were still like, you know, down in the dumps with the medical media, you know, with only their ways of doing things. You know, you can't use vitamin C to cure your disease.
Like
you know.
some of the pictures that were showing before, like the cartoony kind of stuff was from the Transfiguration Diet book, which is a book, it's actually available on Amazon. It's a book that the group wrote about the diet that they followed for quite a while. So it didn't have any breads, they used slow cooked grains.
I was gonna tell you this, you'll think this is really funny. I'm like, I can't have gluten and I have celiac disease, so I'm basically on the Transfiguration diet
it's really,
anyway.
like he got Lyme's disease
Yeah.
and thought he was going to be crippled for the rest of his life, and he used that diet to basically cure himself. So
Right.
it's like you don't eat any, it sounds disgusting, but mucus-inducing foods. So like you don't eat any bread or
No animal products at all.
Yeah.
yeah, and it's
No sugar.
vegetarian and no
No
cheese
refined sugar.
either.
You could have like
No
honey
milk.
or maple syrup. But
It's a-
even
That's
little-
literally the diet I'm on.
Yeah, it's pretty strict. It's pretty bland.
It's not necessarily bland, but a lot of cayenne pepper
I
is
made some of the
therapeutic.
recipes and it was kind of bland, but
Very careful
I don't
use of
agree.
cayenne pepper is
Yeah.
what
cayenne peppers.
cleaned out this body of that tick, the Lyme disease. I had this big ring on my back, and I was crippled. My legs were blown up, and I couldn't bend them.
Because he lived in Vermont for several years. He's like a mountain man. chopping wood and
I'm a little
living
bit.
off grid, kind of, but.
Yeah,
Okay,
I just
so
wanna-
did we?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, thank
I
you.
hope so, you know, it's,
You and the friend.
Can you just tell me the etymology of all of the names? And what is the period of adjustment? How were they selected?
well, yeah, the names, people chose their own names, for the most part. But in my case, I chose the name that somebody else had, that I didn't know about at the time. And so Joe gave me a different name. He named me Sawyer, because I was also the woodcutter in the craft, because I had experience with a chainsaw before I joined. And we needed a chainsaw for certain things that we were doing, when we were clearing areas for putting tents up and things, and building these ramps so that we wouldn't be walking around in the mud. And anyway, so they took whatever name we had chosen for ourselves and shortened it to 3 letters, getting rid of the vowels most of the time. And so the name Sawyer got reduced to SWY. And then they added what would be considered to be like a family name, like a last name of ODY, which, they ended up dropping the Y. Well, they said that when we became adults, because we were considered to be like children in the next level. We were. Compared to T&O, we are children. And somebody's not going to know that. They're going to think that's a bunch of baloney, that we are brainwashed to think that. But if they could actually pay attention to the audio tapes that they made over all those years, from 1982 to 1997, and actually consider that maybe they were who they said they were, you would see, I mean, even if you didn't consider that, even if you listened to the techniques that they were giving us on how to take control of these vehicles and how to have working with each other as a crew, and really being happy in following procedures, it's beautiful. There's nothing better. It's actually, if humans would experience that, I mean, humans do experience it. We humans I consider myself a human, but I had this very above human experience. And I still have some of that mind in this vehicle. So I'm a little bit schizophrenic in that regard. But, consciously schizophrenic. But not really in the technical terms of that definition. But you can see that, well, let me put it this way. There's planets that exist that don't have the lower forces on them. So there's no killing, there's no stealing, there's no, but there are lessons. There still are lessons, because families have lessons. Children present lessons to families. And, people in the workplace have lessons of working with each other. And, some people, there's still going to be characteristics of the human kingdom, just like there's characteristics in the animal kingdom, where they don't get along and they do get along. And they help each other sometimes, and sometimes they fight against each other. But in the next level, they don't have fighting against each other. None of that. But they have tasks. They have jobs. They work on amazing circumstances in outer space. And they don't die. And they don't have to eat. But they might take a pill once in a while, some of the vehicles, so that they have a certain amount of nutrition. But they don't have an excrement. They don't have to deal with any of this. But they have fun. It's like, if people have fun now on computers and on their phones and things, imagine 100 years ago if you told somebody that fun was going to be for you watching a video on the screen of somebody else having fun. You would think, that's going to be fun? Okay, well, I don't want to do that. I want to run around and throw a ball back and forth. That's more fun for me, but, But, so we can't really imagine their fun except for the ways that we have fun doing things with computers. But helping people is also fun. And they work with people on this planet all the time.
So the names were because you guys were a family
Yeah,
and kind of to separate you. It's like being in the world but not of the world.
right, right. I
Did that
mean,
answer your question?
Yes, and I just realized my name's already there because I don't have any vowels in my first name at all.
Just add an ODY to it.
Yeah, there are people that are doing that. They're taking OD names. And I don't.
Yeah, because like those are names that Doe gave to people. So like, 'cause there's several people that are like, well, what would my OD name be? It's like, I guess ask Doe. And if you think you're getting an answer, then that's your OD name, I guess. But that class, and that's why we're not trying to have a group or advocate for anything like that because our older members are not present on the planet. That classroom was what they were doing, not what anybody else is capable of doing. That would be real and from the next level. From, in the blue, was,
So, one question that I had based on what you were saying earlier was it was basically a very close-knit group. Y'all kind of, you said cut off at about 100, and it was meant to be this experience shared for this specific group. So I guess my question with that is, why were there things like a website? Why was there, videos posted that were showing the messages and things of that nature? If it was initially meant just to be for such a tight circle, was it sort of like a, everlasting message after everything's done to continue the messages, have it live on, or was it more like just there for people who would eventually be interested?
so like the Beyond Human series was broadcast on satellite, on the Christian channel. And basically, and even the meetings that they did back in the 70s, 75 and 76, was because T and Doe knew that all the souls that were returning to this planet to try to inhabit a body, a vehicle, to overcome the body and graduate into the next level. They knew that all of those souls were present on the planet at the time that they were here. And that's still the case. Every single soul that came back from the next level that had not overcome, hadn't learned all of their lessons, they're back on the planet, trying to inhabit a body and regain the consciousness of who they are, of who they really are. So those videos and the meetings were an outreach to find those souls in normal human bodies and awaken them. You hear the information and you go, that I believe that. Like there's something about that that's tugging at me. Like I want to know more about it. When I heard the information, it was like, well, what do I do now? Like how do I practice my religion, or like how do I learn more about it? And that's when I found him and what he was teaching, and then I was led to the audio tapes. And so I'm going through there's a 920 that we have access to. So I'm on 190 right now. So I've listened to 190 audios, and they're about an hour each. And then we also listened to, he wanted to listen to the audios from when he left the group in 94, so we listened to 95, 96, and 97. We listened to those years. So it was to find the souls. It wasn't like indoctrination or, trying to recruit people. It was just, here's the information. If you're drawn to it, then you can join us. There's actually in the book, there's a list of requirements for proposed students, for prospective students. But at the end of it, or at the beginning of it, it says this classroom is no longer offered. So it's like, no one's joining us. We've already got everybody in the group that's gonna be in the group. I don't know.
Yes. See, look, Team Doe, they would receive information from the next level, older members who are on spacecraft. I know that's hard to believe, but whatever. But, but they would get impressions, they would get ideas, and they didn't necessarily know it was from the next level, because they would think about it because they knew the lower forces could actually try to mimic the next level and give them ideas. So they had like a system of checks and balances that they went through of the characteristics of the information they were getting to see if it would jive with what they knew about the next level in order to decide whether to bring that to the student body as the next step. Now, I know that's a very generalization, but at first, they felt that their job was to help us basically clean out our vehicles of our humanness. But then they felt like after a number of us were, some people left, all the time people were leaving. And sometimes they would be given the opportunity to come back, but sometimes they didn't know where we were, so they didn't have that opportunity. And sometimes they would find us in an extraordinary way, seemingly by accident.
Like by watching the Beyond Human series, that was part of the reason they put that out too, was for people that had been in the group that had left. That maybe they would see that and see the contact information at the end of it. They had a P.O. box that you could write to. And some members came back that way. Sorry.
That's good. Then they got to a point to where they felt like the next level gave us an additional task. And that was to deposit thoughts to the people in the world. And so we were doing that because what they said was that all humans are connected with a root system of mind. And it's not just the ancestry of the bodies that we're connected with. We have that too. But there's a genetic mind that's also connecting everybody. And it's like a tree. You got all different veins. But it's all of the human kingdom. Okay, so like if you got somebody, like you're in a room and there's some people that are having thoughts that could even be thoughts that are negative about something, right? Or positive, whatever it is. We can be affected by that. We can start to hear those thoughts ourselves, and we can think, is that my thought? Or is that we can question where it's coming from, especially if it's not a thought we're familiar with. It's because, and you can get so sensitive to your own, knowing what your own thoughts are, that then you can walk into a room and you can feel like, wow, I don't feel so good here, I don't think I want to hang out here, You might not know why, and maybe there's no reason for it, but there's all kinds of sensitivities to the unseen world. Because there's dead humans around all of us, all the time. And these human vehicles are like time-shared computer systems. And the dead actually are going through us. And they start that relationship right from when the vehicle is born. Through the parents or whatever the caregivers are of that vehicle are influencing us. And we have it in our genetic structure, the influence from the past. And then the things of society that, all we are is the chooser. We choose what to do, what to think, basically what to do and what to think. And about everything. And so the choices that we make that are taking more control of the vehicle are more next level choices. Okay, but of course that can be taken to an extreme too, to where you're saying, you're going to go kill somebody, that's the choice, that's not a next level choice. But anyway, so whenever we were conquering things, because the individuals that were associated with the students as students of the older people. Their minds are very powerful. Their thoughts go out to the whole human kingdom is actually set up ahead of time with the options of what to pull on, like what inventions they can pull on. And there has to be an evolution of choices to where humans can get to the point to where they can say, oh, I wonder if electricity could be harnessed. You know, I see those lightning bolts and they cause fires and, you know, I see people light up or whatever. You know, I wonder if that could be harnessed in some way. And so the next level knows that, and they give that person actually a sense of how they can start on the road of discovering the uses of electricity. If the next level didn't give that to them, they would never think about it. Like animals won't think about doing things for humans unless the humans actually teach them to do things. It's the same kind of relationship. So the next level has been working with the whole kingdom, and so the individuals that are working directly with the older members, their thoughts are actually going out to the strain of humans to help them with those same things of overcoming addictions to substances. And like an example was the way that, you know, tobacco was being used. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with using tobacco. It's just
But it
another,
will give you cancer
Right.
eventually.
yeah, it give you emphysema and all kinds of problems, you know, associated with it. So it's not necessarily the best habit to have. But so right away, joining the classroom, they said that if you're going to be in this group, then no smoking, no use of substances, no alcohol, no sexuality. No, they were getting rid of all the things that we were accustomed to having in our lives, some of us, and that was part of the classroom. And so by us rejecting those thoughts when they would come to us, we were sending our strain out, the same help with strength to reject those thoughts, and to where all of a sudden now the government was then putting labels on cigarette packages, you know, saying that it's dangerous to your health and things like that. So, and the same thing with the women's suffrage movement, so that women could be equal with men, even though they were always equal with men, but the men were taking advantage of, you know, their muscles.
Natural health food movement.
Yeah, the natural health food movement that started in the mid-1800s.
Gender consciousness.
Gender consciousness, you know, getting past that, not judging people by disabilities and or you know, how much weight they have or how much weight they don't have, or you know, their appearances, and all that's human judgments. It has nothing to do with the soul. The soul doesn't have any of those characteristics, and so if you're gonna identify only with the soul, which is the member of the next level, potentially, then you have to abort those thoughts. You don't have to do it. Tiendo didn't have any ways of forcing us to adopt all these rules. In fact, when he did give us an exercise of some sort, or a mantra, or you know, you could call it that, or a certain meditation, they would require it of us for a week or two, and then it would become optional. Like listening to tapes over again, like all those tapes that Kathy was talking about that they made over the years. They encouraged us to listen to them over and over again, but they didn't have a program to listen to them over and over again. They said to us that if they could play them in our sleep and we would learn from that, they would do that. But it doesn't work that way. We have to put out the effort to do it.
You have to pull it through your conscious mind.
Yeah, and by doing that, we're also sending those signals out. But then it got to a point to where Tiendo felt like we needed to do more conscious sending out of thoughts. And after T left, those started to think, well, I don't really want to change anything that T did. But then he got a strong signal from T that he needed to change some things. And he started to think, well, do I need to go public again, you know? And if I do, how? And so he started different ways of investigating going public again. And that's what was born out of that was the Beyond Human series and actually, I don't know if people are familiar with the scriptures, but the seven thunders in
Well,
Revelation
before
10.
we get into that, should we take another quick break and then we'll wrap up with the rest of the questions? Because I see it's 8:40 and we're due out of here by 9:30.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I go to start, you know, I put people to sleep, I'm sure, but.
Nobody's sleeping.
It is.
Yeah, I do feel like you all need to like kind of stretch our legs out, right? Just for a minute.
Are you going to atmosphere?
I get that.
I used to like the space. She was contributing to my
Yeah.
like I'm getting starting to
I have a lot of people want to see it at night, just want to go in. Other than that,
around 1975.
of course, absolutely. We have to take a selfie too, because.
I know you and your selfies.
Think so? I drive it insane and it's squishing my brain, but so that's awesome. And I have a cousin who wears them all the time. When I put them on, I don't bless it. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not.
you need to see their cousin having
Yeah. I don't. I mean,
I was but I remember seeing it. I was one of like, those questions on Facebook. I mean, I should have first started to do them.
With a couple things I was
I
found all
I remember the event.
Yeah.
So that was before I was born, I was born in 74.
I know that they were aware of it, but yeah.
No, we were aware of the event, but we were watching the news.
You do what now for you?
Well, 78 is when it happened, it was all over.
Yeah.
But as I remember, I was one of the first.
Yeah, you-
I was born in 74.
No.
My birthday's tomorrow, I'm 5.
Tell me if that's good. You might want to know.
Yeah, it's like there would be specific layers. Yeah.
I feel like in some of the tapes, there's some discussion of it.
That's okay. Nope.
Go ahead now.
Yeah,
If you want to stay in touch somehow,
we've got an email on the flyer, so
I'll
email me.
that's what I'll search through things, and I'll see it. Because to be honest with you, even though I was there,
Because it actually sounds kind of fun. Oh, am I in it or not?
when Kathy got back
This way is
into
better
my
lighting.
life,
I was way better. Y'all want to be in it
if
too?
you want to listen to the audio,
Crash
I heard so many things that I didn't remember. Because
We're getting our investigation on.
talking about things that I just didn't remember. I thought I did,
We have some blocks to block.
Yeah, so my name has initials, my first name has no vowels, it's L-A-N-L-Y.
Here's some things.
Yeah, so this is like, stay.
There's all kinds of
L-Y-N-L-Y.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, and I have a question for you later, Dr. Fallon. You can spiritually figure out what you want, because can you be a lower and not know it? So it's like,
Well, it can be influenced by them, but you don't have to accept it.
but you can't be one.
No,
Okay.
unless you actually
Which,
become like them.
But you could be possessed.
yeah, so I am a paranormal investigator, so like, when you're talking about spirituality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that was my jam too. Like when we went to the Medicine Bow National Forest, I was like overcome. I was like, you have to get me out of here. Like there's something really bad here.
There's a graveyard,
Well, we passed a sign that said, even just thinking about it makes me,
massive grave.
it was Native American. like a genocide spot. And I was thinking, I mean, even now, I couldn't. Like, I was just like, we have to get out of here. Like, we left the hotel early, we like took off.
Yeah.
He felt the same way.
Yeah, she's very sensitive.
Madame Mallory mentioned.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And he does a live stream, we do, yeah.
No, definitely.
And I'm not.
No,
No, you should come on the live stream and ask him all the questions. He typically does them late at night because we work third shift, but.
Is it TikTok or YouTube?
YouTube.
Okay.
yeah, actually the flyers
It's on
have
the
been.
flyer, it's
Yeah.
not on there.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Thank you for your opinion.
Definitely.
I'll look for that name and then.
Lindley.
With no vowels.
Yep, no vowels. Okay.
I'm gonna try to go to that. Last time it was too busy.
Beginning
You should get up and stretch your legs.
Stretch. Otherwise I'll back, fall over. I wanna go back to my drummies. This is a neat place.
Very good place.
Yeah, I put the word out at one point on my Facebook page that said, if anybody knows of a place that might be interested in, hosting a meeting, let me know. And this gentleman named Levon, who I know from Savannah, said, the dining room. I said, Savannah, I don't want to put that in the last name.
There's no way you could sign one of these, is there?
Yeah, I could sign it.
Really go there. So I don't know which one. Let me sign this one, I guess. I appreciate everything right here.
Steven's like, it's really good.
Oh, it's signed. Appreciate it, thank you.
Since this isn't a new thing.
Yeah, glad to.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, the whole Heaven's Gate book has,
That's just the thing?
yeah, and you can download it for free.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and my blog has my book on it.
Okay, yeah, I checked
Saw that
out
book up there.
your YouTube video during the last break. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, but from my blog, you can actually download the whole book. The
Okay.
whole book that's over there.
That's over there.
Yeah, but it's
Dang.
in a lot of sections.
Yeah, 'cause that's a big book.
So if you write to this email address, I'll send you the index to that if you want
Okay.
to look at it.
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
It's a lot easier to read it when you can search for words.
Yeah, I can just scroll and
Yeah,
read.
too much otherwise.
It's a big book.
Yeah. Look at this hammer, huh?
I wasn't sure if that was yours or if that was here.
No, not mine.
No. A little bite.
If I had a hammer, I'd swing it in the moon.
They are not all the same. I agree, but it's, some are better than others, some I can't stand at all. Like, he really likes Sprazer. It's something, I won't say mouth.
Your friend said that I could interview you some other time.
Okay.
Like, I don't know where do you live now,
We
but
live in a motorhome and we are headed up towards Cincinnati.
well, maybe I can get, I got the info on the paper and I can spend some time with me. I think I'm good with questions personally, but I don't know if you like mine. I like to dig deep.
Yeah.
Dig deep, but not in a like.
I like the zero vanilla.
Yeah,
More like a mind expanding way. You're into that, right?
They're just not.
I'm used to pretty much.
There are some
I don't know.
tolerable.
I mean, you're putting a slant on it that I don't,
He said his case is on current.
people have asked me how I respond to exit.
Yeah,
But not quite with the way that you described.
right. But I would love to do that whenever I can snag you up. That would be amazing.
Yeah, we generally try to be available for,
Right.
like in a Zoom call or something. Like,
Yeah, no, that would be great.
I mean, in person's fine, but.
Is it hard on you?
We got hard, we have to work, you know, so
Yeah.
between work and, you know, it's life, so much energy.
I do, it's just.
I just don't, we don't do anything functional.
Right.
Occasionally, you know, you can work out, as long as I don't have to drive someplace too far.
Right. Well, I would try to cater to taking myself to you. That way you guys wouldn't have to do it. And it gives me an excuse to travel.
There you go. Yeah,
I'm into stuff. Let us
okay, well, I'll probably have you talk to Kathy about it.
I did.
And, you know, I need kind of, she keeps up with logistics of things and our bills and everything, and luckily, for me, 'cause I could do it, but
You don't want to.
I don't do a good job of it, I miss things. I don't pay a bill on time and then I get a penalty, you know.
Yeah.
At the end of the year with the University building.
Oh, how I know. All the bills.
In the Hall of Fame. And we do like 15 days, 10 days for South Florida.
So where are you going next?
Tonight, we're driving toward north. We're gonna be in the path of the eclipse.
Oh, nice.
We were gonna be there anyway. It seems like things were leading in that direction.
You're gonna just head that, yeah, you're just headed that way,
Yeah.
no matter what.
Yeah, right, so, because we're in a motorhome, so we can, we have places where we can park as part of a membership.
And that gives you access to park across the country, or just?
Yeah, but sometimes, yeah, but in
They
the
go too fast
Cincinnati area, we got two places where we can park. We can only stay at each one 3 weeks out of a month. And then we have to move, so we go to this other one that we can stay in for a week and then go back to the other one that we
Yeah.
like better. But that keeps us moving around because we, you know, we really just can't travel because it costs so much to travel. The motorhome gets 7 miles per gallon. You know, so it's expensive.
Yeah. I want to be in one, but my kids don't want to be in one yet.
So, yeah, I like it. I mean, it's great.
Yeah. It's great if you don't have teenagers.
Yeah, I do have a teenager. Well, actually, my daughter's, let's see, 97 she was born, so
27.
27.
I don't know what you've talked about.
She's 27, I should know that. She lives in Vermont in my house that I have there.
Is that your only kid?
Yes.
Was it weird having a child after experiencing all that?
Yeah, it was. It was. Right before my partner gave birth, I remember saying, it's not going to change my life. Boy, oh boy. It was great, it was great. It wasn't like a negative ever, you know. And I was in her life the whole time until she was about 3 years ago. And I've seen her a few times since then. I talked to her on the phone.
It's just after going through that when it's like, kids can't join, you know, no relationships with partners or anything.
Yeah.
Essentially, these are all your acquaintances. Then to get into a relationship with someone with a child, and then have a child with them.
Right, that's right.
Because you left in 94, right?
But you know, the thing that, it's, I know it's not easy to, yeah, I watched, I think most of the Netflix Cold Stories. And I kind of hate them in some ways because none of them related to what my experience was.
Right.
I didn't need a cultic programmer. Although, another former member, when I visited him after I left, and he had left before I did, thought I could be helped by it, because I still believed in them. You know, and he thought I needed to be deprogrammed, and that over time that I would stop believing in them. But it didn't happen that way for me. And I remember when I went back to, at first I went to Arizona, because Doe said, you know, where do you want to go? When I told him that I wanted to leave. And I said, well, maybe I can go to Arizona, because there were some other former members there that I could, you know, stay with while I didn't know what I was going to do. And so so he said, okay, well, I'll give you a plane ticket to there, and he gave me $600 and took me to the airport. Not Doe personally, but you know, some students.
So somebody asked why you left the group?
Yeah, I left the group because I thought I had learned everything I needed to learn. And I wanted a task that I thought was like Doe had. I was too full of myself. I thought I was more advanced than I was. And that was proven to me. Because right after that happened, right after I started asking for that, I was talking to T directly, and T was outside her body at the time. I mean, I didn't see her in my mind, but I felt like I got a response from her, and I ran it by Doe. I said, I asked T this question, and she said this, and if it was, I don't know if it was T or not, and he said it sounded like something T might say. This is what the response was. So I felt like I was able to communicate with T. Now it's a big story. So I was at this job that I had, and I would take breaks because I was a programmer, and I felt like I was like wired. And we were right at the time of 1992 when the David Koresh thing happened, and we were talking about going public at the time. And there was, and I would take a walk around the technical park where I was working in South Denver. And I was like saying to me in my head, you know, I want a more challenging task. I don't want to do a task like Doe's doing. You know, I want to be able to, you know, lay it on me, you know, give me everything you got, kind of thing, you know, so that I can grow, do that. And right after that happened, I started having images of sexuality in my head that for 18 years I had not had to deal with. And it was so overcoming that I didn't know how to respond to it. I didn't even know how to ask for help for it. And I started, you know, giving into sexuality with myself. And I tried to hide it from Doe at first. And he sensed that there was something that I was not being upfront about. And he asked me about it, and I told him what I was doing. And so anyway, it didn't change. I didn't accept the help that Doe offered me to deal with that. It's like I became a different person. It was like I felt like I was deflated. You know, my will to do anything in the classroom was like, and so at one point Doe said to me, he was offering me help. He said, because I had been like an overseer task before that, for years, where he would give me assignments of helping students in certain things, and so because of giving into sensuality in that regard, which I knew would be the case. Doe said, well, I have to take you off the overseer task. And I said, okay. And I said to him, I think I need to leave the classroom. And that's when we were in the New York area, right after we finished the 1994 public meetings. And I told him that on the phone, because I had phone contact with him all the time, as needed, because I was an overseer of the group. And so he said, well, don't leave yet, because I want to talk to you about some things. So wait till we get back to California. And when we got back to California, we talked about some things, and then he said, well, I want to give you the task of overseer again with another partner, Melody. And I said to Doe on the phone, I can't do it, I'd be a hypocrite, because I'm still dealing with everything. And he said, well, okay. He said, well, I guess you want to be more objective, so you want to leave. And he said to pass the phone to the other students that were in that location where I was living. And he said, he told them not to try to talk me out of it, that I knew what I was doing. I was trying to become more objective, is what he said. And so I didn't know what he was talking about. It didn't make any sense to me. But so I left, and then I learned of all the things that Tia told me before she left. She gave me 3 things. She said to everybody a note. They told us ahead of time that Tia was going to do this. She was going to send each student a note of the things that they needed to work on to actually qualify to become a member of the spacecraft crew that she had. And Doe considered her to be like an admiral, and he considered to be him like a captain in the hierarchy of the next level. And anyway, so I said to her, so those 3 things were, likes to be seen as something special. Seen as something special. I would argue with T in my mind after I left the group that no, I didn't want to be seen as something special. I wanted to be something special. And then I realized that no, if you wanted to be something special, then you would try to become a member of the next level, because that's the only. There are no special humans. I'm not saying that humans are good or bad or whatever. And a different value, and the next level sees the humans as doing their best in this circumstance, and that circumstance. And the next level can judge us. And they keep us all, they can respond to us. When we ask them for help, in whatever form, they will give us help.
The second thing?
So the second thing on the list was a little too pleased with self. And that's what I was demonstrating to T when I was saying I wanted to task like Doe did. It was like saying that I had learned my lessons. I knew how to control my vehicle and keep it under control. And that I had done a good enough job of that. And I've had some indications that I was doing a pretty good job. Doe would even tell me that sometimes. But then I think T sent me an influence, a discarnate or a soul, a fallen angel soul, that was the kind of influence that Doe had to work against. And I couldn't even measure up to it. I couldn't have any, I didn't have the strength. See, it's like someone being totally depressed and they can't get off the couch. That's what I recognize happened to me because of my being so full of myself, thinking that I knew where Doe was at. I try to find ways to help people recognize that just because we have a human vehicle that looks the same as everybody else, for the most part, doesn't mean that the mind is the same. It's like somebody has a skill that somebody else can't do. We know that they have some kind of ability or talent or skill that they don't have. But when it comes to the idea of somebody being skilled in all the higher forms of behavior and ways, it's hard to imagine that somebody's like that, because we've been subject to all these religious people that pretend that they are teachers and all this. But no, in T, they are the teachers. They are the only ones that I'm aware of on this planet that were really bringing the genuine next level information, updates to this planet. And so the third thing, I don't know, I go off track when I talk about this, but the third thing was that I was sarcastic with humans, because in the workplace, when I was working jobs, sometimes when like the cook was yelling at the waiters and waitresses, I would say to, and saying, fuck you, and all this, these 4-letter words that we didn't use in the classroom, because not that they're terrible words, but they're more primitive ways of expressing yourself. And so we didn't use that terminology. But, so when I would say to the cook, maybe you don't have to talk that way to them, and the cook would get mad at me, I was being sarcastic with that cook. And it wasn't my job to try to help to try to correct that cook. That wasn't why I was there. I had my own lessons to learn. I was there to make sticks so that, and to help the classroom proceed, sticks mean money. So,
Next question?
that's,
No, you had a question, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I had a couple.
Okay.
Well, the first one I just learned, because I watched all the documentaries. One of them is just very random, but I know whenever they exited, they had $5 in quarters in their pockets. I just was wondering why.
you want to talk about it?
You talked about it. I wasn't there, you weren't there either, but
I wasn't there either, but
you were there for 19 years.
yeah, I don't know for a fact, okay? Sort of don't know for a fact, but then again, in the beginning in the classroom, one of the things that we were living communally. So we didn't have our personal anything, except unless a certain pair of shoes only fit us, then that would be our personal pair of shoes. So we did have our own personal shoes, I should take that back. But other things, like shirts and jeans, and we didn't wear jeans actually, but the pants that we wore, if they fit us, we would wear them. So we didn't have our personal money either. If we had a need for money, then we would make a request to purser. That's what they call it, a purser. For the task that we like, if we had to take a car to the horse pistol, they called it, like the car hospital, to get an oil change or whatever it was, then you would find out how much it was going to cost, and you'd make a request for that much money. But when you went to your job in the world, you would sign out 75 cents in change in case you needed to make a phone call while you're out in the world, because in those days there were payphones everywhere, and they only cost a nickel or a dime to make a local call, or a quarter to make a long distance call. So
They actually had $5.75
yeah,
in their pocket.
okay. So that we had that, and we would sign it out, and we'd take it with us, and then we'd sign it back in if we didn't use it. If we did use it, then we'd make a report of what we signed back in, and what we spent it on. Anyway, so then a little time passed, and they included $5 actually in the envelope that was money that you would sign out, because they didn't want people to be accused of vagrancy for some reason. I don't know. I didn't hear that actually in person, but I heard someone else talk about that. on a tape somewhere. But the $5, the way I thought about it, was in case you were doing a task and the task got delayed and you were gonna miss food, experiment, consuming of lunch or dinner or whatever it was, so that you might get something to tide you over until you got back home to the house where we were living. And so that's what the $5 was for.
So you'd have $5.75 in your pocket.
Right.
As you were like going about your day.
Right, so that's what I told the media about that. And I think they published it somewhere. But then, after I left the classroom, one of the things that I became aware of was the story about Mark Twain and how he had created a movie with Edison, the guy that invented the camera, I guess. And it was called Captain Stormfield's Trip to Heaven. And in that story, he was depicting riding the tail of a comet to heaven. And at the fair, to ride the tail of the comet to heaven was $5.75.
Whoa.
Yeah. A comet. A companion object with the comet, It was like, whoa. And it was like, that wasn't the only thing that happened to me when I was, because I was writing this book that's out there. And so I was putting things together, and there was a crash that happened, a spacecraft crashed in 1897 in Aurora, Texas. Aurora means basically light, the sun's light. And Jesus said he would come back. I forgot in Revelation somewhere. It says at the end of it, I think it says like the morning star. I think it said. With the morning star for us is the sun. So I looked at that, but TMW never talked about that crash for some reason. They talked about the Roswell crash and the Aztec crash and other, not on, well, the Paradise Valley crash a little bit, but in Arizona. But so I looked at that and I thought, well, there was supposedly one person. I wondered, because it was 1897, and 50 years from that was 1947, when they had the Roswell crash, and 1948 was when the Aztec crash happened. And then they left in 1997. And 50 years is considered to be a jubilee in the Jewish calendar. And I was thinking, maybe that 1897 crash was, because that was right at the time of Mark Twain, when he was really public about things. And he said he came to this planet with Halley's Comet. He was born, and then he said that he predicted that he would leave when Halley's Comet came back, and he did. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff about how the Mississippi River, where Mark Twain was a captain of a Mississippi riverboat, measuring the depth, which relates to Revelation 11, with the two witnesses I talked about. Now, I can go into all of that. I'm not going to go into all of that because we don't have the time. But that the captain's quarters on the Mississippi riverboat was called, it was spelled T-E-J-A-S, Texas. And Doe considered himself to be a captain, and he was from Texas. I mean, captain in terms of next level kind of rank. And that in Revelation 12, it talks about the woman and the man coming. And the woman is clothed with the sun with the moon under her feet. And the moon is the lesser light, Doe, and she is the greater light, the sun. And that the Mississippi River was significant to T&O because they said that it separated the east from the west, and they felt like whenever they were west of the Mississippi River, they felt closer to their next level connection. And they would go to New York sometimes, and they would go to other places. And we moved to Atlanta once, and it felt underwater, was the way they described it, like they didn't feel their connection. And so I just, and then, so I associated Western United States with being the temple area. Well, I don't want to get into all that. There's a whole bunch of stuff with that.
Well, we
My
know
book is full of
that
it.
you guys watched Star Trek, Next
We watched Star
Generation
Trek.
specifically, and that there was the episode about the holodeck where Mark Twain was a character in that episode. And
Right.
that was one of Joe's favorite episodes of
Yeah.
Star Trek.
Yeah.
So it seemed like a lot of it was tied in with that Mark Twain 575 to write a tale of a comet to get up to heaven. Did you?
I could be wrong though.
Is it true that one of the members, his sister was an actress on Star Trek?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Destody,
Lieutenant Uhura.
That's right.
the only African American vehicle that was in
No.
the group.
No,
Oh, Devotee
Devotee.
at the very end.
Interesting.
But you said you, and yeah, she was Lieutenant Lahore. You had
all right. Train time, train time.
That's really
train time.
close.
With everybody in Tennessee, as far as you know, was Joe ever homosexual or at least bisexual? And if he was, do you think that played into how he met T and why you formed the group and why there was just no sexual contact at all? Like, I understand in the 70s, it was taboo. You essentially, you could not be gay. And if he was, if that was why he was like, I'm gonna join this and no one's gonna have sex and we're not gonna talk about it, because they mentioned not all, but a lot of the members were part of the LGBT. Is that true, or does that connect?
A lot of the members were, you think?
I don't
heard
think
it.
any
I
of
heard
them
like
were
some
except
were,
for Joe, like
No,
maybe
there
like
were some.
2 or 3.
Yeah,
Or like they weren't openly out, but that was their way to just not even have to come out. Like,
yeah.
I'm a part of this group.
That logic, I'm not, I know you're asking the question, but that's a complete fabrication of what was taking place.
He was a
Though,
homosexual.
yes, he was.
We're not saying that was a complete fabrication.
Right. Doe said
But that's
that.
not why he said, we're not allowed to have any sex, because I can't have sex, because it's, not, people don't want me to do sex that way or whatever.
It's not right.
Yeah, right,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's baloney. There's so much in those shows, especially those last couple in 2020 and.
They have to find
Netflix.
something to justify why a group of people would say, I don't want to have sex anymore, because it's not normal to not want to have sex, right?
Right.
Like that's, which is kind of funny when you look at it. Like, if you don't have sex, you're considered weird. But if you have lots of sex or whatever kind of sex you're having, that's okay. Anything that propagates the human kingdom is not a next level behavior, plain and simple. They literally do not have the parts. They don't have penises, they do not have vaginas, they do not have sexual organs. They don't procreate that way. They procreate by maybe test tubes or a vine. It's a very scientific process, and
To
it's
make a
very,
vehicle, but they make souls. That's their form of procreation.
yeah.
They actually design a soul as a unit, as a biological kind of, I don't know exactly how it's made at all, but, and they can actually implant that in the human. So the human doesn't even know it, they have it. Well, they might.
Joe had a family, he had a wife, he had a couple kids, and so did T. And, I don't know if
He had
his,
four, a
his
vehicle, had 4 children.
4 children, if Joe's wife left him or if he left her, I'm not sure how that transpired, but he did engage in, I wouldn't say like a bunch of homosexual relationships, but he did have partners that he was with. And what he expressed, I don't know if it was in audios or, but it's, I think it's
I
in,
said it a lot of times.
in the 88 update that Doe and T wrote, where he talked about there was never like any permanent relationship in that world at that time. It was like, let's just hook up for a little while and then we're never gonna see each other again. And he didn't like that aspect of being
He
homosexual.
wanted a committed
He wanted a
relationship.
committed relationship,
Yeah.
and that wasn't happening.
Right. You know, I don't
You
know
could
if he
argue
was,
that's, you know,
bi.
they were, repressed sexually or whatever, but I don't think either of us think that was the case.
No. Like they made it look like,
I think a lot of
he had
them
a
were
problem
like
with
just
his
kind of
dad, his
androgynous.
dad. Like, he had a big problem with his dad because his dad didn't accept his homosexuality.
Because his
And
dad
so
was
he
a
was-
minister.
Yeah.
And so they
he
were
was.
showing,
Set up new churches.
they were showing him in the Beyond Human series getting all choked up, talking about his father. Where he was talking about T, actually, his heavenly father. And, but they were making it sound like he was choked up about his human father of his vehicle. And that wasn't the case at all. I mean, I'm not saying that he didn't have some feelings when he told when his vehicle's father found out that, he had been having gay relationships at the school where he was, that led to, I guess, the divorce.
He taught at what school, what
St.
college?
Thomas, and before that in Alabama.
He taught at colleges, so he wasn't, because that's been said in the media too, that he got kicked out of his last job as a music professor because he was having relationships with a student, which sounds like terrible.
But they were legal.
But they were legal age and probably over.
We don't know the truth about that, 'cause
But I believe, didn't he
I mean,
was
it might
having
have,
a
I'm not
relationship
saying-
with one of the students and it didn't work out, or he left on his own. He left voluntarily that position for whatever reason.
right, you've heard that, people testify to that.
He was involved in an opera or a theater
Oh,
group
yeah.
where he was the
Listen,
instructor. And the media says that T and Doe met as Doe checked himself into a mental hospital, which is so easily disproven. T was a pediatric nurse. She worked in the nurseries of, I don't know if it was like what Big Houston Hospital, but she was not a psychiatric nurse at all. She was dealing with babies. So,
She was
she also
substituting.
picked up shifts for other nurses that maybe didn't come in. So somebody in Doe's theater troupe, whatever, got hurt and went to the hospital. And he went to visit that person in the hospital, and T came in to administer medication to that person, and that is how they met. And they just struck up a conversation and,
About astrology,
cause he,
because he was practicing astrology.
yeah, and so they just
Some,
knew that they were, they met up a lot of times after that and developed this platonic relationship.
But T wouldn't do somebody's chart unless they asked her 3 times, and she didn't tell them that. Because she wanted to make sure that they were serious.
Did you have any more
Yeah,
questions?
That was all.
Cool. Anybody else?
Yeah,
Before we wrap up?
How did it make you feel when you found out T had been communicating with your
Ah.
daughter still? Was that a
I
rumor?
don't
or
like,
was
we
that-
always get asked that, like, where did you hear that at?
That was the HBO documentary. I wasn't
That's
sure if
right,
it was
that's
a
right.
rumor
The
or-
podcast.
No, it's absolutely true.
It
Okay.
was first broadcast in the Heaven's Gate podcast.
That's
Um,
right, HBO.
Because Terry brought it up, because she got the letters, and she was the daughter of T's vehicle. Anyway, it didn't make me feel anything, because it didn't matter to me at all. She could have been sending thousands of letters to Terry, and it wouldn't have made any difference to who T is. Actually, the reason that she was sending letters to T was because she was trying to relieve T's anxiety, Terry's anxiety at not being there with her. And T actually offered Terry to join the group, but told her that she would just be another student. She wouldn't be like a daughter, because they didn't have relationships like that in the group. There were people that joined together that were mother or daughter before, when Lodi and Flex Lodi, and husband and wife before, but they didn't remain husband and wife or mother and daughter while in the group. And in other words, they didn't have a separate relationship where they were confiding in each other. And none of the students had relationships like that. Anyway, because we were crew members and we enjoyed each other's company, but we didn't gossip, because that's another human characteristic. We didn't have all that kind of stuff. And I mean, if there was some of that going on, it needed to be, somebody needed to stop doing it, So it didn't bother me at all. And also, there were some that did have some communication with families. I did not for the first 10 years, but I wrote a long letter to my mom and dad, who I was living separately from for about 5 years before that, before I joined. And they didn't really approve the way I was living. And, so I mean, I don't have anything against my vehicle's parents, they're both deceased now. But, I mean, they didn't agree with anything pretty much I thought and did. And I was a pretty terrible child too, I was lying all the time, doing what I wanted to do, pretty rebellious. But, so I didn't really feel to communicate, except, well, I gotta get off, I can't get off the track. If you want to hear more details about my own experiences, read it on Sawyer's story and on sawyerhg.wordpress.com, because I don't have the time to really go through everything. But see, I knew that he was my teacher, was beyond me. I can't prove it, but and I felt the same way about Doe. But he had given me a number of lessons, like one time we sat, they invited a couple students all the students in Wyoming to sit with them in the car, and if we had any questions. And I said, well, how come T's wearing eye makeup? And T said, it's none of your business. She wasn't there for me. She was there because it was her older member that gave her the task to be the older member for Doe, to do the task of teaching us students what we needed to do in order to qualify to be on a crew on the next level spacecraft. Because they don't need us. They don't need anybody. And T and Doe demonstrated that throughout the whole time that I was with them, that they did not need us, but they loved us. I mean, they loved us because they saw us as children that they were trying to nurture, and that we wanted to be there. We saw that we knew them. We recognized them as our parents. And so for me to think that I could, and then what happened after that, after T was sending those letters to Terry for those years, in 1985 and T was still in her vehicle. She sent us all back to visit our families over the weekend. And because of that, actually the second visit that happened a couple of years later, that Joe instigated, one or two members of the group decided to stay with their family unit. So it became a test as well, to go back to your family. And then we had phone calls with them every year, at least one phone call, where we would check up on seeing if there was anything. To relieve their anxiety is what the task was. Not because we needed to be in touch with them, because we had broken those ties. And it wasn't like a terrible thing to break those ties. Humans don't own their children. And children are not responsible for their parents. That's a lie. That's not. I mean, a child can choose to be responsible for their parents. That's fine. That's a choice. But the child isn't is their own person. When they grow up and they go out into the world, they make their own choices. They don't make the choices of their parents. I mean, they can. But,
So T was worried that Terry would call the FBI down on you guys, or?
well, that came up also, because when T was on her vehicle's deathbed, she told Doe, with the presence of Livonian January, that she didn't want to tell Terry that she was dying. She knew she was dying because they went to the hospital and determined that the doctor told her that she would be dying, and they chose to have a doctor that wasn't going to try to use some kind of treatment to cure liver disease, because they didn't want to. They felt like it was time to go. And Doe was a little upset about that, I think, but to some degree, but at the same time, it felt like it was the right thing to happen. And so T said that, don't tell Terry after I pass. And the reason why that was the case was because she knew that Terry would start an investigation. And the proof of that is that 2 years before T died, she had an operation for cancer in her eye, and she had her eye removed, and she did not tell Terry about it. Because she didn't want to stimulate anything that could bring the authorities down on them to stop that classroom from happening, because they could arrest Doe. And even though it would be false charges, because he had nothing to do with T's death, it would still be something that would disrupt that unit from completing the tasks that they got from the next level. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah.
I have a quick question. I heard there was some kind of disappearance of members from a hotel in Oregon.
That was that first meeting that Sawyer went to, with
Okay.
34 people
Is
joined
that
up.
where people got alarmed, that something had happened?
That seems to be when people did, it was, what was that, Walter Cronkite talked about it?
Yeah,
On 60 Minutes.
Yeah.
So that event, led to the group being a lot more secretive.
Yeah.
People
and
must have thought they
protecting
were
their security.
kidnapped or some kind of rumors. And
Yeah, oh,
Right,
yeah.
and they were all grown adults that made a decision. It's like any of us would make a decision, I want to go do this, and I know there are times in my life I didn't talk to my parents for a while because I just didn't care. It's like, I'm doing my own thing. I don't care if you know where I'm at or not.
I like the video where they're all going out to get ice cream.
They did lots of stuff together.
Yeah. Yeah, we did, yeah. It's, I was one of those individuals from the Walport meeting, so I didn't disappear, I did disappear. In fact, there were 3 days. I'm contradicting myself. But, I just left the town. There's a funny story about that, actually, that Hayden Hughes told. Because he interviewed T and Doe in 1974, and T and Doe, after he did the interview with them that became the book UFO Missionary Extraordinary, he asked them how he could get in touch after they left. And the first thing that happened is he told in the book that when he left, when T and Doe left, he said they disappeared out of thin air. And T and Doe laughed about that. They said, all we did was walk to the car. So, And so, but I wondered at the time, after I left the classroom, I was writing my book, I wondered if the next level put up a blog to make it appear that they disappeared, to impress him on that. Because they also did, I don't know if that's what happened, but I think it's possible. But
They told him to think about, if he wanted to get in touch with them,
Yes.
to think about them.
that was the other thing.
And so he wanted to get in touch with them later, and he was thinking about them, and then he received a phone call
Right.
from members of the group,
He gave, the
reconnecting.
way he described it was that they gave me a code. But the code was, I think, I don't know what the code was exactly, but I do know that the way the TNO taught us in 1975 was to talk to the next level by projecting our thoughts to the highest source we can imagine in the heavens, in distant heavens.
Like telepathic communication?
Yeah, because that's the way they communicate. They have radio wave communications, but it's radio waves that are not detectable by humans, because the next level hasn't taught humans how to decipher those radio signals.
I think we used to all communicate telepathically and we lost that.
You think so?
I do.
I think animals still can do that.
Well, we do still, in some ways, right?
Oh, yeah.
Finish somebody's thought, or you know.
Or you can just know what somebody's thinking.
You think you can, but that can be also distorted.
Yeah.
Because the lower forces can, they can have you be real confident about things that you're not really confident about.
What are their beliefs on time loss? You hear people, abduction cases, things like that. Have you ever experienced that?
We have, I have, I don't know about you so much, but I've experienced it occasionally. And we were just listening to one of the tapes, I think like 160 or something, I could be totally wrong about that, where they were talking about time loss that they experienced specifically while driving.
Wow.
And that they felt that it was a time that the next level was communicating with them.
Like programming and policy?
You could
Maybe
label
brought
it
you
that,
back.
sure, yeah. They, like Doe talked about one time, like, was he like asleep while he was driving for like 30 minutes? Like, he was just all of a sudden in a different spot where they had been, 30 miles up the road and now they were here. And it felt like they had received a lot of next level information during that time.
There's been people that have been like terminally ill, and they would wake up and the disease would be gone.
Well, and
Heard a lot of
Sawyer was
stories
just
about
listening
that.
about like when they were intubating people during COVID and putting them in medically induced comas, where they would be in the medically induced coma for like 2 weeks, and then they would wake up and they had like 20-something years of experience of a whole different, completely
Like a
different
different
life.
family, and then they wouldn't
They wouldn't recognize their own
the
family.
family when they
They
came
had
out of
this
the
whole
coma.
thing going on.
Because they went through life thinking that they were still that other person. And, what was interesting about that, to me, was that could be an explanation of them, drug-induced coma, changing their brain waves in such a way that the subconscious mind was more dominant.
Brought to the fore.
Or a combination of that and discarded influences that were able to get into their consciousness.
Because they're like an empty vessel, kind of.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
You
Very,
mentioned,
very
It's
interesting.
pretty cool.
you
too.
mentioned the Aurora, Texas crash, and the debris was actually picked up from there, was stored in an old well.
Yeah.
The well had high levels of an unexplained radiation and mineral.
Yeah, there's all
They cannot
kinds
be
of
explained to this earth.
crazy stuff
And then
out there.
Roswell, when Roswell happened, one of the pieces picked up there was what they described as a tool that had a beam of light, and this was way before lasers were ever invented.
Yeah.
So I kind of believe that our technology is very alien from what has already been
Well, you
around.
look at one of my favorite pictures on the internet that's going around on the internet is like they like show a horse in a buggy and they're like, okay, this is from 1820 or whatever, and now this is what we have. And like there was a huge jump in technology from
In 100 years.
exactly just like we're flying now. Like we had this one little plane with these guys running to get it off the ground, and now we've got Boeing whatever they are up in.
Well, if we went back to our childhood in the 80s, for example, and said, we'll be able to speak to a friend across the world through a device.
Right. Like our
Who would have
cell
believed this?
phones, like our computers that we're walking around in our hand. Like
Exactly.
the first computer that my family had, my stepfather was a Marine and he did computer programming. And I remember it was like this. It was basically to play asteroids on. I think it was. It was like a little triangle, and you just went around in a circle and then we had an Atari too. But to think like that, and then I've got like 100 games on my phone if I want. Like got access to social media. Like in the 80s, the internet was like the World Wide Web and this mysterious thing, and now it's just like a part of our everyday lives. Like things are run by it, you know. Like,
but the whole subject of abductions and things on missing time and the space aliens, they're real and they exist and they're here. Now I'm not saying when they came here, I don't know exactly. But Doe said at one point he remembered that the next level put out the word, I don't know how they did it exactly, but they drew individuals from different planets to come here to this Earth because this is what was going to be the place where they were going to have the experiment of subjecting all those souls that were of some equivalent growth to the Luciferian souls. They were going to subject them, give them a choice to come to this planet and lose the physical vehicle that they have in a crash of some sort, and then be part of the classroom with T and Doe. Okay? Or they could not do that, but then if they didn't do it, then they would be restricted to the Earth and the near space around the Earth. I don't know how far that near space goes around the Earth, but the space aliens, there's a lot of them, potentially. Doe talked about that some of the things that might happen after they left, that we might see thousands of spacecraft coming in shifts. And he said we might not even be aware of it. But, and then the next level would also be doing things with spacecrafts in shifts in this environment. But that the space aliens, they are actually in control of all the humans that are running this planet. But those humans don't know it. They think they're having their own ideas and their own ways of doing things and blah, 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 blah. And they know about the space aliens. They know they exist, and they may have some kind of communication with them sometimes. But Doe said that the space aliens promise things with the space aliens, and the space aliens promise things with the humans, but they very rarely fulfill those promises. But that's the reason why they were able to get some spacecrafts that, like Bob Lazar talked about, and then to backwards engineer them so that they could make their own. And they probably have some now that can probably do some things, but I think they're lacking the energy source to make those spacecrafts work. And I think that's the reason why they want to go to Ceres, because I think that energy source that they've been able to see with the Hubble telescope, and then when they sent that New Horizons spacecraft over there, or was it Dawn? It was Dawn spacecraft that went to Ceres, the same time New Horizon went to Pluto. And they ended up seeing that those lights that were being made that the Hubble telescope first saw on Ceres, which I have pictures of on the slideshow. I'm going to stop this. But Bush said when he announced that he was going to go to have colonies on the moon and Mars in his last public address that he gave before he left presidency, which was right after China said that they were going to Mars, he said that perhaps we will find an element that will boggle the mind, an energy source that will boggle the mind. I think they were talking about Ceres, and that's between Mars and Jupiter, that they want to go to Mars in order to have a jumping off point to get to Ceres, to try to harvest those elements so that they can have zero gravity and have, the propulsion of that element. Because, magnets can be, because the two light sources on Ceres are two different forms of light. One is thermal, so it's heat producing, and the other one isn't. And so you gotta wonder what that stuff is that's on there. That the next level may have a mine there, for their element that they use for powering their spacecraft.
Have you heard the new scientific discovery about the link between comets having the same mineral elements in them that the octopus has in its body?
No, I never heard that.
It was
saw
just
it
on
National
this science
Geographic.
page I was studying it the
Yeah,
other
National
night.
Geographic
They
was
think
doing
that the
something
life
with octopus.
might have came as a parasite from a falling star.
So we are over our time.
Yes.
So that's something to check out.
Yeah, and we have on the flyers that are out there, if everybody would take one, our information, so where you can get in contact with Sawyer, or myself if that's what, but, you can ask any questions that you weren't able to ask here, there, and, email address is on there as well. Is there anything you wanna wrap up with saying briefly, quickly? They start early, in early here, so I don't wanna.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, I mean, we're in a strange world, you know, I mean, it's like, things are, you know, I'm not fearful of what's gonna happen. Even though I know that what Doe said about the recycling, it is gonna take place. Because that's the way things work. You know, civilizations get recycled. And we know that from the archaeology and the anthropology, you know, we have all the evidence of that. But, you know, it doesn't do us any good to be fearful of that. But what we can do is we can always actually communicate with the next level. They can hear our thoughts if we are thirsty for the truth, thirsty for growth, if we want to be of service, and we don't have to be afraid of them. There's nothing to be afraid of, and they're not going to tell us to commit suicide. That's another thing. The lower forces push things on us. You can see the way the government does it. When the government wants something to happen, they force us to do it. They come up with these programs, they come up with these wars, you know, they make people, they generate the media, they do everything they can do to build the case for what they want.
Division.
Yeah, they
But
divide.
the next level's not gonna do that.
The next level
You
never
have to
does
search
that.
them out.
They never do that. If you have negative thoughts about doing something to somebody else, hurting somebody in it, or yourself in any way, that's not from the next level. They would never do that. They don't manipulate people. They have no reason to.
So
The
if
lower
it's negative,
forces
it's
do.
not coming from the next level.
Yes.
T and Doe would say there's no lab of negativity. So that's generated by the lower forces.
They are the ultimate goodness.
So
That's why
anytime
they've
you're
been.
thinking anything negative, just stop thinking about it. It sounds so simple, but I literally tell myself, stop, until I stop. Because you can just sit there and think all kinds of horrible things, and just know that you're being bombarded by something that's negative, and you don't have to listen to that.
The religion is
It's-
totally
It
corrupt.
seems so simple, but it's
I don't
really
know.
hard to do.
I don't know if there's any next level mind. I'm not saying that, okay, like the person was asking about other members of the next level in history. There was some signs that the original Buddha had some relationships with the next level because of his overcoming of passions and things, and separating from the world and things like that. And, you know, I don't know about Muhammad, but Doe did respect that they were trying to be more pure, the Islamic people, you know, and to not be so, you know, sensuous-based. And, you know, even though in their personal lives they may be just as sensuous-based as everybody else, but, you know, I mean, I'm not saying everybody, but, not that there's not a place for that, but I'm just saying, but the religious hierarchies, you know, they don't know what they're talking about. They're like working in the past. They're not working with current information, and they judge people. And then the people that think that this planet just came about by accident, that's another form of religion that's totally off the track. You know, but everybody has the right to believe what they want to believe. And as long as they're not actually harming somebody, you know, physical, even that can be a debate now too, right? You're harming somebody because you used the word wrong pronoun or something, right?
All right, we gotta wrap up.
I could listen to this for hours. It's compelling stuff.
Thank you. guys so much. Thank
You're gonna love this. Very compelling because in my film, there's a woman. She's sitting out being like, I'm gonna get somebody to direct it for me, but I'm so passionately into this idea. So she's treated like she's been in jail and she knows herself down. For years and years.
Fascinating story.
She has a money for, I don't even know if I can do it, but there's electricity that somehow triggers like feelings of strength that she didn't know she had. In other words, she's smothering the fact that she's angry.
Interesting.
And so
Yeah, email us.
yeah, there's a whole bunch. I don't want to
Yeah.
keep you, but it's
Yeah.
very cool. It's about time skipping ones, and then there's a higher next level situation way back in the back, so it just keeps going and going. It's really fun. I think you guys would love it. Thank you again.
Did you say you needed a director?
Huh?
Did you say you're looking for a
Oh,
director?
well, I have people that will help me direct and things like that. I think I've seen you before. I used to go to Southeastern Filmmakers and all that. I don't know if you're affiliated with them
No,
or just.
I just moved here from 20 years in California, but we live in Sewanee, so we live 3 hours away. So
Oh,
we just
very
drove down
cool.
for this.
Yeah, I'm still in the very organic process of
Super cool.
finishing to write it and things like that.
To get a picture.
But yeah, that would be great.
Oh, no, I got one.
Yes. I want a picture with y'all.
You like the paranormal?
I'm obsessed.
I got a podcast.
Oh, cool. Well, then we can do the last podcast.
I do.
Cause, I'm starting one.
Yeah.
I've got
And he goes by
one of the most
Sarah.
haunted pieces of property up in the mountains of North Carolina.
Do you want to do
And
that?
I have a playlist on there called the Orb Highway.
This is so cool. I mean, this is so much fun and thank you for coming.
You know,
Yeah,
capture.
why
So you
This is
can-
my videography website, but
Super
that's
cool.
my phone, but yeah, I've done Lincoln HDL, Linda Vista, I was on Ghost Adventures.
I need you to watch one of my videos and hit me up in the comments. There
Thank you
was
so
a
much for
theme
your
of
time.
light.
That's great. Hope to hear from you soon. I will not forget.
My
Thank you.
trailer
Yeah.
searches around and
To
just
get you to sign
dissipates.
the.
What's your name?
I'm Josh, but I go by Holly Goes.
Lynn Lane, I just go by Lynn Lane.
We're good.
Nice to meet you.
So, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Some freaky.
And we have our own podcast too, but it doesn't have anything to do with paranormal.
I have horror stuff on there, cemetery stuff on there, it's all in credits.
Excellent. Yeah, no, I'll check it out.
Cryptids, I'm doing, I'm ready to do a Bigfoot documentary.
Thing. I'm obsessed with the Mothman.
I've got all that on there too.
I connected with the guy who runs the Mothman. I watched the show, you watched the show Haunted?
Thank you guys for joining us.
Yes.
How do I end that? Sorry for my big forehead. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging in. We love you guys all.
Which, what are?
I'm about an hour out, actually.